Okay, good evening. I'm going to go ahead and call this work session to order. It is 4:30. This is a special meeting of the Kent School Board District, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this work session is to discuss school improvement plans. So I'm excited for all of our guests here today. We're going to go ahead and have a roll call of the board members. Please, when I state your name, indicate that you are here. Director Song. Director Cook. Director Clark.
Present.
Vice President Farah.
Present.
And myself, I'm here. Okay, and Superintendent Vela, could you go ahead and start us off?
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board. Excited to be here with you today. We have some school improvement plan processes and celebrations to share with you tonight. More importantly, we have three of our superstar administrators that are going to be walking you through the work they do with their buildings, their staff, their communities, including their students. And so without further ado, I'm going to first turn it over to Dr. Rebecca Kim to get us started.
Thank you, Superintendent Vela. President Margell, directors of the board, good evening. I have the pleasure of being able to highlight my esteemed colleagues, three of our school leaders, and three of our executive directors of learning improvement. Essentially, they help to support instructional leadership, supervision of our school leaders, and many other long list of amazing things that they do to help lead the work in KSD. So I am going to pass this on. I think we're sitting in the order, kind of, in which we're going to speak. One of our EDLEs has an excused absence, so I will have each member introduce themselves when they speak on their slide. Okay?
Good evening. Good to see you again. Happy Valentine's Day. I am Christine Avery, one of the EDLEs, and I support and serve the Kent Meridian feeder pattern. So good evening. Make sure the correct slide is up, which it's not quite there yet. As we're getting there, this is our school improvement plan mid-year progress annual presentation. The three of you were here with us last year. And as you know, each year we select a different group of principals to introduce to you and celebrate. Okay, so our agenda is 4 parts. We'll begin by an overview of school improvement plans. We'll share some progress monitoring of the iReady Winter Benchmark Diagnostic, some school celebrations, and then alignment to our district strategic plan. And so our school improvement plan is the roadmap for continuous school improvement. And just so that you know, it is required. There is a WAC that requires it, but also the Washington's ESSA Consolidated Plan, as well as the federal Title I Part A, and the OSPI Program Review and Support, which I just learned is the new name for what you might know as the CPR. And so I did not know they changed the name. Oh, and that is a hyperlink, by the way. If you're interested to know the exact details of any of those, you can click on that, and it'll bring you to the site.
Thank you.
Okay. And so what are SIP requirements? Every school building, principal, and usually a school improvement team, they start with a comprehensive needs assessment. Look at many different data points from students, stakeholder voice, parent surveys, student achievement, attendance, behavior. And so they have different stakeholders involved in the process, and their goals that they develop, which we talked about ironically 2 weeks ago when we were introducing the new SIP board policy that we'll be bringing back to you in a week or so. But then they write SIP goals, 3 of them, that are actionable and measurable. And then they select high leverage, evidence-based activities to achieve those goals. And then throughout the year, they're using multiple data points to progress monitor the implementation of those SIP activities and ultimately the outcome of their SIP goals at the end of the year. So our SIPs are a really critical part of our continuous improvement cycle. Each September, the schools submit and get approved by their EDLI their new SIP for the year, their new roadmap. Mid-year, during this month, they're doing a mid-year review of the data to progress monitor and see if they need to course correct. And then in June, they do their end-of-year SIP. That's the 3 formal benchmarks in the process. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Pleasure to see everybody. I'm going to be reviewing iReady. My name is Therese Johnson. I'm the EDLI over the Kent Ridge strand of our students here in our district. Sure, those of you who've had kids come through have heard the term iReady multiple times. iReady, right? iReady is our diagnostic, our benchmark that we use to measure and monitor student progress. We do this 3 times a year. Fall, we completed the winter one, and we'll do it again in the springtime. As students work on meeting proficiency, we know that iReady gives us a projected proficiency towards how students will perform on the SBA. And you'll see that what the correlation is in your PowerPoint there. We connect iReady back to our school improvement plans. It's one of the criteria for our SIP goals that is measurable. And you will see in many of the SIP plans in their ELA goal, their math goal, that iReady is the measure that they selected. Some also use SBA, but they also use iReady as the progress monitoring for creating the goal of how many students percentage of students they want to pass or meet standard on the SBA. I think the last thing I want to point out for this slide is that, again, the activities that are listed are progress monitored, and you will see those specifically listed out in each school improvement plan. So you will see iReady as a means of progress monitoring. You'll see other sources of testing, classroom-based assessments, dibbles, there's other ways, but you also, again, see iReady. Schools use that data to inform the work they do in their Plan, Do, Study, Act, PDSA cycles when they meet with their school teams to monitor their student progress. And the data that they receive, that they're looking at, is how they decide who will be in what type of intervention group, but not just intervention, also enrichment. So it helps to for both. So we have some celebrations. We're really excited as we've been looking at our data across the district, is that we are seeing that we are making progress. And the numbers, the percentage of students who are at or above grade level, which is highlighted in the blue here, we have an increase from fall to winter. So we see the percent of students making progress increases. And we're seeing that across both ELA and math. So that's a real celebration of the hard work that schools are doing and the work they're putting into their school improvement plans, that it is really a living document. So we want to really assure you, and you'll hear from our principals, that the work is hard and it's paying off. And so you don't want to hear from me anymore, because I'm really excited that our principals are going to actually show it to you in action. How did we make these gains? So I'm going to turn this over to Principal Valerie Orrock. She is the principal of Emerald Park Elementary.
Hello? Okay, it's working. Hi. Thanks for having me here, directors and other building KSD leadership. I am the principal of Emerald Park. This is my 8th year there, 6 years as the head principal and 2 years as the assistant principal. I'm proud to be the leader there at Emerald Park, what we unofficially call the second happiest place on earth. For 4 years that I've been there, we've been focusing on improving our reading intervention. And for the last 2 years, we've been focusing on improving vocabulary. Could I get the next slide? So what you're looking at here is our English language arts proficiency from the autumn to the winter this year. And we're celebrating because we had 28% of our students in the autumn performing at grade level, and that's now 42% by the winter measurement.
Okay, that's claps right there.
We are hoping for that upward trajectory to continue. Another thing is that we've had our students who are 2 grade levels below that the amount of students scoring in that zone fall from 20% to 12%. So we're sort of making movement across all the parts of the spectrum there.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing you'll see there is the vocabulary proficiency domain data. And so since we have been focusing on that, and I'll talk a little more about that, that was 30% proficiency in the fall and 40% in the winter, so a 10-point gain. We're really excited about that, our work paying off. Our goal for our SIP plan is a vocabulary proficiency goal, and that is 60%. And we have 73 days left of school, so get busy. So these are our SIP activities related to English language arts. So I want to talk a little bit about them. When I said for about the last 4 years we've been focusing on reading intervention, the Plan, Do, Study, Act, also known as the STRIVE system, is what we began implementing when we were in remote learning. So we're just continuing to implement that with fidelity. And that has helped really build teacher capacity. Some of the key supports that have allowed us to do that have been our success coaches, our academic interventionists, and then the district's generous providing a STRIVE, Plan, Do, Study, Act consultant to come 4 times a year. Our second activity here is around focusing on our students who are multilingual speakers, but what we are doing for them is helpful for all the students, and that's when our vocabulary goal really comes in. Our vocabulary is really important to literacy. It helps students access their background knowledge. It helps them implement or really practice and apply their skills in phonics and morphology. Mm-hmm. And it goes across all content levels too. So one of the things we've been doing there is just really expanding the staff capacity for doing explicit vocabulary instruction. And part of that has been implementing the newly adopted CKLA language arts curriculum, which has a lot of vocabulary instruction in the core. Some of the key supports for that have been the success coach, the CKLA consultant who's come. There's a suite of tools that are available online through that curriculum that we're learning how to use and when to use them. And then the teachers of students who get MLE supports have been kind of instrumental in helping with that. The last goal there is relevant to our students who receive multilingual education services. We have decided to try and build more student interest and agency in their language acquisition. So we have worked, the teachers of MLE have worked with the students prior to testing to understand their own WIDA test scores. And that's the test we give students to test their language acquisition. And so they've been doing some goal setting, and we're hoping that those scores go up this year as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening, members of the board, President Margell. I am Janine Etier. I am the principal at Matson Middle School. This is my 3rd year in the principal role. I was the assistant principal for 6 years before, so this is my 9th year total at Matson. This is a short demographic outlook of our school on the board there. And if we can go to the next slide. Oh, is this the old one?
I'm sorry, I updated it too late.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Caught me off guard. So, no, that's okay. So the data that we have on the board for you guys at this point is just for our whole school data on fall to winter iReady scores. So our fall scores equal about, that is 38% of our students being in that on grade level or above, and then 41% in winter. Part of that celebration for us really is the fact that we are growing in those areas, and if you see the orange numbers are getting smaller, and so ultimately they're moving up. So even though we still have some students who are below grade level, that number is shrinking, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the growth to go upwards. Do you want me to speak to Emily now? Okay, so, and Emily, when I had our students that we serve in multilingual education, I had on there, but sorry it didn't get put on, is a big celebration for us. And it is still largely below grade level, but we went from 80% of students in 3 or more grade levels below up to 70. And then our early and on grade level, we had 0.9%, which grew to 1.2, and we actually had no one on mid or above that grew to 0.9. So we are incredibly proud of our students that we serve in MLE and our teachers that are giving this instruction to our scholars. So to kind of talk a little more about what we are doing on our school improvement plan, for our activities that have supported the growth in our students, is our PLCs, which are professional learning communities. We have that set based basically in content teams. We do a lot of cross-content work as well. But our PLCs started by developing plans for embedding vocabulary strategies into their current frameworks. Frameworks are specific to ELA, but a big push we wanted to have at Matson was that, and I know across the board in KSD, is that reading is not specific to ELA. We have this belief that we have kids in our ELA classes for 55 minutes a day, and that's the only place they receive reading instruction or vocabulary enrichment, and that's just not true. They need to learn how to read informational text and to actually get into it and understand it better, and the vocabulary is a huge piece. So we wanted to start embedding those vocabulary strategies into the classes where they were struggling more, which was our informational classes, science and social studies. And so working cross-content with our ELA team was really helpful. Moving on in that same vein is that our PLCs also used just the reading comprehension that was pushed out to us by KSD this year was incredibly helpful. Our success coach has been integral in this of our school. She is absolutely phenomenal and has done a fantastic job to help focus our teams to really understand that same concept, right? Reading across all contents. And so we actually sat down with our curricular leaders after PLCs to really focus on how can we embed these reading strategies that maybe teachers don't feel confident in because they don't feel like they're reading teachers, but helping them really get those strategies. So we really pushed that for our curricular leaders into their PLC teams to then bring back to the whole school, and really being able to communicate that with each other. You know, this didn't work for me, what worked for you, and really having those honest conversations. And so those activities have been really great for us. And lastly, in connection to our multilingual education team, we're having them also work directly with our ELA team to share the student data, that same concept that Valerie was talking about with the WIDA scores. They are also working with other content, so if you look at our math activities, they are still working with our math team, our social studies team, our science team, our electives, and PE, which they have the biggest pushback on why do they read, but I'm trying to get them to see that the activity they do in PE gets their brains going and to connect it. So is there a way to find, you know, you do vocabulary in PE, you're still doing these things, how can you support that? Even though they're running, right? Is there a day where they start with an entry task of reading? And so really trying to get them outside the box. And so, but that's kind of what we're doing in general at Matson. And I will pass it to Principal or Dr. Kedover.
Thank you, Principal Agier. I'm Dr. Samantha Kedover, and this is my 6th year serving at Kentwood, and I'm the incredibly proud principal of an amazing community. So very pleased to represent for Kentwood here today. And I do want to share, this is our brief look at our demographic data. We are richly diverse across many characteristics beyond what is pictured here. But if you could advance to the next slide. This is Kentwood's first year in using the iReady as a reading benchmark tool. So that is something that is different at the secondary level in terms of high school compared to the other levels. We are the newbies when it comes to looking at the iReady as a whole school system. In terms of looking at the data in the fall, if you're looking at overall reading proficiency, and then you're comparing that to the winter, we did have a slight increase. It is slight, but it is an increase. And at Kentwood, we set all of our goals as 100% goals. So 100% of our students will meet ELA standard and/or benchmark, 100% math benchmark, and 100% graduation. So every single student in that effort counts. So in addition to also looking at the overall reading proficiency, we also can see that there is a focus, this is one of several domains, a focus on the vocabulary domain. And vocabulary instruction is particularly important at the secondary high school level due to the incredible number of content-specific words that are literally inundating students on a daily basis. And so it's incredibly important to look at that. And then also several of the words that are cross-content area transferable words. So critical area to support overall reading proficiency would be the explicit vocabulary instruction. So you can see that in the fall, 32% of our students were on grade level or above grade level. And then by the winter, 35% were on grade level or above grade level. And I do want to note that we were a school, I did decide that we were going to assess all of our students, all of our 9th graders, all of our 10th graders. I wanted to make sure that we were looking at the most comprehensive look possible because, again, every student counts. So if we're speaking specifically of vocabulary and the change from the number of students who were on or above grade level, we were able to support 31 students moving into that area. And so we're very proud of that. Another reason why I wanted to make sure that we were focusing on and sharing our vocabulary information is because it's directly related to the high leverage activities that are called out in our SIP. There are 2 high leverage activities that we have in this area. They're professional learning communities, so subject area like teachers working towards common goals, analyzing student data and deciding how to respond, and then targeted professional learning. So we're grateful to the teaching and learning community for providing the professional development that is being used in this targeted professional development. It's already been referenced by my colleagues. And similar to what my colleagues were saying, our school success coach is also critical in the implementation of this targeted professional development. And I do find it interesting that and noteworthy that in the fall, prior to the targeted professional development, we had a certain level of proficiency. Then we see the focus on explicit vocabulary instruction, and then a time period elapses, and we see improvement in those in that performance area. So I did ask for my curricular leaders to share with me what they felt that the targeted professional development and the work in the PLCs, what that meant to them on a daily basis. And so I just wanted to share 2 of those to bring you the words of our teachers. So, you know, as our PLCs focused on this is what some of our teachers had to say. Having the PD, professional development, on vocabulary instruction has led to an increased focus in our classrooms. We're discussing vocab strategies in our PLCs, and we're bringing vocabulary instruction to the forefront in our planning again. another curricular leader commented, improvement in vocabulary is a whole school focus. So that was also referenced. And no department gets an out. This is very helpful for me as a curricular leader because then it allows me to really push this focus in our department when I think before perhaps some of the teachers thought it was something maybe we didn't need to do. Also, we've implemented vocabulary strategies in all of our classes, and we're now working with our school success coach to improve in this area and come up with different ways to teach the vocabulary and integrate that. So again, incredibly proud of our students first and foremost, and working very hard, supported by their families and of course our staff. So thank you for being here to celebrate.
Thank you.
Can we celebrate one more time,
Yeah.
all of the schools?
All right.
President Margell, if I may, thank you to our leaders. I had an opportunity yesterday to spend time with the secondary and elementary principals during a iReady data session, and they were going through their data, each one of them, so if you can picture their assistant principals looking at data from their own schools, listening to the experts from iReady talk about how can they continue to improve. And so I just want to let them know I was watching, I was listening, I was really impressed. And so I wanted to share that with our board. So turn it back over to Dr. Kim, or actually we have one more slide. There you go.
One more. I get to take us home. Again, good to see you. My name is Jim Shields, the ed lead for the Kent Lake Strand, as well as Virtual Academy and OP, are the schools that I'm privileged to serve. And I'm going to talk about going forward and our systems. So I think Dr. Ketterer gave us a nice segue, talking several times about a whole school system and how mobilizing a whole school system leads to student learning and higher levels of student learning and supporting students. And as we think about our strategic plan in Goal 3, building equitable systems, one of our priority initiatives in Goal 3 is to align school and district improvement processes. So how do we make sure that we're mobilizing the entire district system to align our school improvement plans, to align the work of the entire system from the district office and those of us in the teaching and learning community and other communities, all the way down to our schools, our principals, and our teachers. So it's a goal to continue to bring cohesion to what we're doing. The membership, so there is an action planning team co-facilitated by Dr. Kim, myself, and my colleague, Dr. Emmerich. The membership of the team includes EDLEs, a selection of principals, as well as several members of the teaching and learning community. And we've identified lots of other folks that will involve in terms of gaining feedback as we're working. And the goal of what our action planning team is to ensure that we're aligning, now that we have a new, refreshed school strategic plan, that we're aligning the work of school improvement plans to the work of the strategic plan, so that the whole system is moving in the same direction, right? Thinking about that arrows visual that we've seen so many times, right? Getting us all moving in the same direction together. It's also to promote cooperation in school improvement planning between teaching and learning and our schools and principals. So we have a lot of expertise in teaching and learning and other communities in the district office. We have the expertise of our principals in knowing, along with their school staff and their teachers and their assistant principals, knowing what their schools need. And how do we bring those two together so that hopefully we can assist the work of principals by aligning that a lot more clearly and directly. And of course, is kind of taking us back to where we started with Dr. Avery, we know that in our school improvement plans, there are some state compliance requirements, so we certainly want to recognize those, but make sure that the work that we're doing in our strategic plan is aligned to the work that's going on in the school improvement plans, not so that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater, right, but that we're aligning and we're making sure that we're using our resources and we're hopefully supporting our principals in accessing resources from the district office or the teaching and learning community, and really even from each other, like creating systems where principals know clearly what other schools are working on so that we can make use of those experts. The PE team at Matson may now be really experts on what literacy looks like in PE, and we need to know that so that we can support other we can support other PE departments at the secondary level in doing that same work. So we're not reinventing the wheel in in all 44 schools. So I think with that, we're ready to take any questions that you may have.
Janine, can you give me a concept of class size in the 7th and 8th grades?
Could you bring your microphone a little closer to?
Just a ballpark figure.
So just in general, what the class size is looking like in 7th and 8th grade? Well, we have 6th too now. So our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade classes, we try to stick to that 28. On average, that's what it's at. We have some over, but mostly between 28 and 30.
Okay. And then Samantha, it is difficult to look at the below grade level scores, but oddly enough, I was talking to a colleague of yours at secondary in another building, and the expression that I got was COVID specifically severely hurt 7th and 8th graders who were not in school and then suddenly arrived at high school, had deficits, and struggled going forward. So the question I have for you is, are those numbers basically dominated by 9th graders?
So I would definitely want to take the opportunity to give you exact data.
Yeah, I understand.
So that wouldn't come at this moment. One thing, and I want to make sure that I'm not perceived as ducking your question. I do think that the gaps in reading achievement have predated COVID and continued through COVID and are apparent now. And so I think that this is such a fundamental aspect of being a part of our society and, being a global citizen, that no matter what, the focus on reading is important, and the concern for the students who are significantly below grade level would persist. So in terms of addressing your specific question, when I look at the data that's available from these particular assessments, and I'm looking at the freshmen and I'm looking at the sophomores, there are students who are impacted at both grade levels. So it isn't as if when we aggregate this data that it is skewed in part by one grade level or another. I don't know if this particular graph, yes, like for example, just very briefly, when we take a look at 9th grade vocabulary, and we look at the numbers that are early on grade level as they move from fall to winter, and then with 9th graders, and we look at that same data as we look at 10th graders, there's definitely representation across both grade levels. So, and I'd be happy to get exact numbers to you.
No, I'm not interested in that. I'm more concerned at the ultimate impact on graduation rates. And it's real tough to look at that and say, if there isn't something that dramatically shifts, there's going to be a problem.
So one of the things that, and I would also welcome, obviously, the input of the Edleys and our leaders. One of the things that I find as a high school principal, as I'm working with counselors and teachers and students and families, is that there are multiple pathways to graduation. So one of the things that I do want to emphasize is that, as at Kentwood, as we're writing our goals, we're very specific about meeting standard, which would refer to the SBA, for example, or meeting the ELA pathway. So there are many, many ways that you can get to standard, achieve that pathway. And I think that's critical because students are taking advantage of those pathways, and each pathway is worthy.
Okay.
Can I just add a little bit to that? I appreciate the question, Director Clark. I think that looking at the 9th and 10th grade numbers, if it's 9th specific and talking about those kids that were impacted in COVID, we had that same thing in middle school, right? Because they were impacted in elementary. And so I think it is just kind of that progression, and I think we all saw it. But like Samantha said, or Dr. Kedover said, it predated COVID, but COVID didn't help. And so we are definitely all trying to gain back from what we lost. And so those students that we have now were in elementary school, and then our elementary were either pre-K or not there yet, but still affected. And so I think that it's across the board something that we're all working on. And I think that a big push that we've all talked about, at least as principals, is that vertical alignment. How can we help each other get to where we need to be by going all the way down to the pre-K and really working our way up together?
If I might also add, opportune, maybe Dr. Kim or others talking about typical growth and how the focus for iReady is a typical growth and beyond. So if we're focusing on typical growth and then individualizing that for kids, they move from that to beyond. So it's almost like we're looking at accelerating their learning regardless of where they are. And I learned that from yesterday's session, so.
Good job. I just have a couple of questions, Dr. Kedover. The iReady is just new to Kenwood. Is it all high schools or is it just Kenwood? It's all high schools?
All high schools,
Okay.
yes.
How many teachers are familiar with iReady? Like they have been teaching elementary, or do you know off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head. I could tell you pretty much everyone knows the word,
Right, but
you know, knowing the word and then having the, you know,
it's a difference.
yeah, the fluency of, you know, going in and like we were learning in professional development
Exactly,
yesterday, you know, what you can do with that. You know, that is something that is going to, you know, obviously be different.
Absolutely.
I do want to give a shout out to
Right.
our data team
Right.
because the iReady platform is, at least for our teachers, is not accessible, but the vision dashboards are. And so, you know, the work that has been done to build up those vision dashboards
Right.
and make it possible for having access to the data and using
Right.
that data, I do want to give a shout out to them.
Thank you. So the teachers had some training PLCs for that?
The teachers are going to be receiving even more training in that area.
Okay.
We have done data protocols around a number of sources of data, but in terms of using like a teacher dashboard,
Right,
that is still forthcoming.
May I add to that?
right.
So in the fall, Teaching and Learning collaborated with Research and Assessment to bring the iReady team to calibrate on school leadership training.
Okay.
So for elementary, middle, and high. The feedback that we received from the fall training was positive, so we said, let's do it again in the winter, which is why we had our meeting yesterday, to look at mid-year progress.
Right.
It starts with the principals, assistant principals, as our instructional leaders to be the lead learners,
Right.
see the benefit and the value of learning about the data, to then bring that to the teachers. And so my ongoing conversation with our director of assessment is, how can we bring this training to schools to ensure that all teachers have access? And the iReady PD training model is quite strong.
Right.
And there is the ability to be able to bring
sure.
that.
Nice.
So we're starting with the school leaders as the
Leaders,
lead learners
right.
right now.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I didn't know it was something that only the school leaders are. I didn't see math iReady.
So the focus of this particular presentation
Right.
is on reading.
Reading,
And
okay.
so we could have an entire other work
Math.
session just to talk about math.
Math is my favorite subject.
Oh,
so
there
that's
you go.
why- when I say-
Yeah, my personal bias is science, so I hear ya.
So when I don't see math, even my kids say, "Why do you only care about math homework?" So
I hear you.
that's why. I just wanted to also ask. I noticed that the emphasis is on vocabulary, so any of you can answer this question. Are there any other methods to increase English ELA comprehension, right? Is there any other thing that we use that we can increase? Because if it's something that we could utilize, I really appreciate to hear that.
So the community, the teaching and learning community professional development goes past vocabulary, and do you want to talk about that, ladies? Okay.
Okay.
Is your question that what else besides vocabulary may help with
Yeah,
comprehension?
yes, yeah.
We're learning a lot more about that,
Okay.
about strategies to use beyond what we used previously.
Right.
One of the things that's sort of a nice parallel to what we're also learning about helps with mathematical thinking is having kids dialogue more. It's also really makes things more accessible for students who have multiple languages.
Absolutely.
So that's one strategy that teachers are learning how to do. And some of that we're building on a foundation of some restorative talking circles and some social emotional learning that we're doing. And so then when you are able to layer that,
Right.
build on that and layer in the academic work, that seems to be useful. And then also, I think some of the comprehension in utilizing the STRIVE, Plan, Do, Study, Act, is the way we're structuring things, it's allowing us to have smaller groups. So if you are having comprehension focused work and there's less people and you're
Right.
focusing on talking, you're going to have more opportunities to do that as well. So
Yeah.
that's one thing.
Thank you.
And if I could add,
Right.
if you think about it as like a theory of action,
Right.
if students increase their academic vocabulary,
Right.
then they will have higher achievement in informational comprehension,
Okay.
informational text.
Right.
So if there are scientific words or mathematical words that students do not have access to, meaning they haven't received explicit instruction,
Right.
then they're not going to know what the content is to be able to say, I understand it, and it's showing up in their comprehension. So there's a strong connection, which is why it's an area.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
if I can, I wanted
Right,
to
right,
add to that too,
right,
just to
right.
emphasize something that
Right.
Janine and Samantha said was, what we noticed looking at the data at the secondary level is, by and large, all of our secondary students have tested out of those basic literacy skills that we focus on at the elementary level. And those that haven't are usually students who need intensive services of one kind or another. So looking at, to answer the question of how do you get everybody to buy in, that everyone's a reading teacher, we kind of landed centrally on vocabulary being that leverage point, because we're not spending so much time at the secondary level working on phonics or phonemic awareness, fluency, right? We're focused on, yeah, absolutely.
I would also add, beyond vocabulary and comprehension, we're also working on targeted professional learning around student motivation and engagement, and also discourse. So there are multiple aspects of what we're doing that can bridge across multiple content areas.
Can I
Yeah,
add something really
please.
quick? Sorry. And
No, I
just
love
one
seeing
more,
the
one more
enthusiasm
thing
about
I would,
vocabulary.
one more thing I would add is just accessibility. That's a big thing that we've really been working on at Matson. That was a huge piece, was that accessibility for all.
Right.
The tools that we have are amazing. Microsoft has some amazing accessibility pieces that we just haven't taught everyone how to use yet that are great for all students. Really helps our students who don't speak English, our families who don't speak English, but it also is good for all of our kids. So I think that also helps too, because if they can't necessarily read it, it doesn't mean they don't know it and they can't comprehend it. Especially this belief that because they don't speak English, they don't comprehend it. So being able to translate it into their language and let them hear it and then tell you back in theirs is phenomenal. I had a science teacher who told me, she's like, I gave him the test in Russian, he responded, I translated it, he passed it 100%. Give it to him in English. It doesn't mean he doesn't comprehend it. It just means that at that moment he couldn't do it in English, which doesn't mean he's not intelligent enough to do it. And so trying to make sure we're using those accessibility pieces, so we really pushed that, you know, that piece that they made sidewalks, right? They made sidewalks accessible for a handicap, but it also helped someone on a bike who was pushing in a stroller. And so really just pushing that to our staff at Matson was that accessibility. So then my librarians started doing tech conversations every month with my staff that's really focused on those accessibility pieces that we might not know we have that would help all kids.
Thank you.
The reason why sorry for interrupting, is one of the things that we talked about with the, looking at very specifically for math and reading, well, what about science? You know, STEM is so important. And so, and I've heard it along, but if anybody wants to comment, what I'm hearing is it's the vocabulary, reading it in the informational texts, that gives the foundation to do well in the sciences. And if you don't have that, you can test for science every day of the week, but if you don't have the math and the English, you're not going to be able to access it. If anybody else wants to add on that, I just think it's interesting because we're like, well, what about the science too?
So my passion is science. That
Yes.
was my content area. And so, you know, I think about it in terms of everything. I feel like everything in education is tiers. Like we have obsessions with tiers, but when you think about vocabulary, you know, there are those tier 3 words that are very, very content specific. And then there are those tier 2 words that if the student has access to those and understanding of those, they can leverage those pretty much everywhere. And so in a lot of classrooms, you know, we talk about, okay, how do we help our students, yes, cope with the tier 3 word deluge, but also how are we helping our students learn those tier 2 words so that they can then take them in their toolbox to their next class and their next class and their next class. So, you know, I think that is something that transcends science. It also, you know, goes into all of their subject areas.
So if I could give some fun examples.
Right.
Tier 1 is just everyday conversation. Tier 2 are kind of, you have to understand things like, what does it mean to compare or contrast? Summarize. Those are tier 2. So you have to like have that layer of understanding, like, what is this problem even asking me to do? Tier 3 are specific to what is showing up in that unit, like photosynthesis, neuron, really, really specific. So being explicit in the academic vocabulary instruction and understanding what Dr. Cadover just shared. This mic doesn't like me. Or are you guys turning it off on me? Talking too much? Yeah.
He's just click.
Someone's messing with me over there. Anyway, just wanted to give those examples as you're hearing all this education language, but there is real specific tier 3 academic vocabulary that shows up in all content areas, science absolutely included.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, you know, talk about, as a person who did not speak a word of English coming to the United States, I sat down with the dictionary, started learning words, and then I find out in English, word means in the context it's in, right? So you can know the meaning of the word, but it can have a completely different meaning in that.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean when I say, comprehension, is because we want to make sure that the kids understand the paragraph they're reading, the context it's in. So therefore, we're not only concentrating on vocabulary, we're concentrating on understanding the context.
Application.
Yeah, application, but yeah.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. Thank you for taking care of the science one. One of my questions is around supporting teachers. So I think about, let me even start with elementary, right? So you're teaching all content areas, mostly. And then you have students that are 3 grade levels below. You have many that might be 2 grade levels ahead. I mean, right there, you're at 5. You have MLE. You have students coming and going. It's a lot. Our teachers are amazing. How as principals and then the community around you of KSD, how do we support our teachers in just the wide breadth of students that we love on and get them up to their next level every day?
Well, the short answer is it takes a village. You know, when you were saying all of those things, one of the things that came to mind was what you said about we love to tier. The same way that we might tier students in one subject area or one standard or skill set that we want, and then differentiate and figure out how we want to teach them, we also have to do that with our whole class, right? So one of the things is developing the students and getting to know them and having those relationships and knowing what are their strengths. They all have some strengths in something, right? And so with all those things you just listed that they teach, they have to figure out what those are and then put that into how they approach their planning, and find ways for those students to shine and find ways to support students who need it. One group you didn't mention was students with disabilities, which is another thing our teachers amazingly manage with all of their content areas and everything else. And the nice thing with them is they come with a very individualized plan.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes as teachers evolve and mature in their teaching careers, they learn from those plans. Just like we keep saying, oh, well, vocabulary is good for all students, not just students learning English. Many of the things you learn in those plans over the years add to your tool belt too. So I don't know if that totally answers the question, but I think that's sort of how the approach is. The support teams that come around the teachers really help them. I think that we're on our 2nd year of implementing our MTSS AB tiers, so really looking at both sides of what students need, especially if they're struggling, and that teaming and that collaboration. I've really watched some teachers grow who might have had some ways they respond, let's say behavior, to students, but when they have a process through which they can say, here's my data, here's all the students that, here's all the strategies I've used, I need help, that collaboration often results in students really meeting the goal. So they're amazing, my teachers are amazing.
Can I add on to that too?
Yes.
Because in the school improvement plans, you'll often see 2 of the high leverage activities, professional learning communities, and then you saw that today. And then oftentimes you'll see multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. And I just want to say that you're right. Our teachers, our principals, they have enormous jobs. This is very complex, especially in a beautiful, richly diverse community like Kent School District. So real quick about professional learning communities, that is the #1 best job-embedded, ongoing professional development for teachers. And so that is why that is high leverage, and the structure that's embedded in that supports exactly what you're asking. And then secondly, multi-tiered systems of support. If you think about everything that you framed for us, it can feel chaotic, it can feel overwhelming, but when you put it into a framework like multi-tiered systems of support, and you create very intentional systems and structures with a routine and a cadence, and people have defined roles, suddenly it doesn't feel as overwhelming. So those are very important initiatives, and that's why you see them frequently in our school improvement plans.
May I add something
Please.
to that? So I think you said quite eloquently the challenge that the teacher faces, and as you've spoken to, the principalship is a very difficult job. None of that would be possible without the people who are working to support the teachers and us. So, I don't think it can be underestimated, you know, how we put together and how we allocate our resources, people, everything from our transportation and bus drivers to our nutrition services workers to our administrative assistants who, quite frankly, they're the glue. And I keep saying, you got to stay sticky. Like, we got to stay sticky. So, you know, it does take a village, and it is the village that is inclusive of every single role and responsibility in a school. Para-educators, I mean, I could continue to go on and on. And I would not want that to be lost because we're all critical.
Thank you very much. That was just such an eloquent ending. I feel like my next question is not. One of the questions I had is around testing. Are you seeing in your schools a high number of students that are either choosing to opt out of testing? And do you feel like that changes your overall results?
Which test?
iReady. SBA, I guess, is, some people are talking about those in there too. Do we see, and it's truly, I don't know.
That's definitely something I would want to get the data on, for sure. I think that we do see annually people opting out of the SBA and the WCAS, the science assessment. Again, you know, that 95% goal for accountability, having 95% of your students engaged and tested. Yeah, I would want to look up those numbers.
I appreciate that. And then my next question was, and I believe I'm correct in this, is Matson mostly rolls up into Kentwood. Yes. It would make sense since they're just down the street from each other, right? And just looking at some of the data of Matson with 41% in that at grade level or below, with about the third of the students that would go into Kentwood, kind of assuming that many of our grade levels are, like, there's a lot of assumptions here, right? So tell me about what happens in that drop from middle school to high school. Is there a correlation from year to year with each of the information? Is there a, I'm just trying to figure out why there's such a discrepancy between a middle school and a high school at or above grade level. What changes? Are the standards significantly higher and there's just a huge jump? Do we have?
I think using iReady as the gauge for that in our first year of high school testing might be challenging.
And that makes sense.
Because they're high schoolers, right? My high schooler, middle schooler, when they took iReady, they'd come home and I'm like, you gotta love iReady. Mom's in charge of it in my district. Don't embarrass me. But like, when they get into that mode, what is the intrinsic motivation? And we were just talking about this very thing yesterday.
Yeah.
So it may not be the most representative of their literacy skills.
Sure.
But we have to take our lead learners, capacitate teachers for students to understand, to take it more seriously. But that is a very smart question to be asking, and I love the way that you're thinking about the vertical alignment of what's happening. Centrally, this school year, we are planning a centralized, instructionally focused summer school. Students who are entering high school, so departing 8th grade, right now we're trying to identify by winter iReady scores who should we tap to invite first to provide some enrichment, specifically focusing on reading. So we're trying to catch and support students so that there's not too much of a gap of a learning loss. It's called summer learning loss, not the most appropriate term, but that's been around since before COVID.
Summer slide.
Summer slide, summer loss. And so we are trying to be really intentional in identifying those students from Matson in 8th grade who may benefit from an instructionally focused summer program. So we are thinking about strategies to support that transition into high school.
And then my part B of that question is, do we look at that right now from the feeder schools of the elementary school going into the middle school? You know, here's where the different schools were at, here's where each student was at, and I'm assuming it would go into placement. Just how does that transfer of knowledge happen?
So just one thing on, at least we are new to 6th grade coming to us this year. We did find in talking to the elementary schools that there was a very different approach to administering the test in elementary school to middle, which we had to learn to then explain to our 6th graders specifically because our fall scores we were like, "Ooh." And so trying to actually, trying to actually realize, like, I guess they got like 30 minutes a day for like 3 weeks or something. We were like, oh, we don't do that at Matson. This is how we do it. And so really taking the time before winter to like talk with the students, like, this is how we administer it here. This is the importance of this test. And they were all like, oh, like it was a little bit of a light bulb moment for at least our 6th graders. And then speaking to the 9th grade, I will say, I think that the kids in 8th grade are like, we are doing this again. And so, I mean, you heard I read and you all went, uh-huh. So I think the kids sometimes get fatigued. And so they went to 9th grade, and this is like they said, the first year we're doing this. And so I think there was a little bit of that summer drop, but also we're doing this again. So I think there was a little bit of that with the kids too. And we try our best to intrinsically find the ways to motivate them, but sometimes it is extrinsic, and sometimes we do celebrations at Matson. So we've now like had kids at our pep assemblies acknowledged for their growth, and so it's not just pep sports and athletics, but also academics. And so trying to encourage them that way too.
I love that. And it is 5:31, so I'm going to look to the directors for any additional questions here.
Just quickly, what goes into SIP? It is iReady, MTSS, what else? Is there anything else? The data.
SBA, and if we have our updated policy approved, the Washington Comprehensive Assessment of Science. So we do have a state metric for that. So stay tuned for that updated policy.
Thank you.
Perfect. Wonderful.
Thank
And
you.
Superintendent Failer?
Yes, no, I wanted to thank our leaders, our district team, and our questions. Your questions, board, reminds me of a journey we started a number of years ago when we were talking about systems alignment. We talked about environments, student choice, and how students are important, student voice is important in their learning. We also talked about the importance of coherence and a community of learners. That's what leads to school improvement teams that you heard today. So I'm sure each one of our leaders could tell you the teachers and the students that support those teams are very critical to the growth of our students. So thank you to our team, thank you to our board.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. It is 5:33, and I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this work session. The work session is adjourned for an executive session for approximately 1 hour. The purpose of this executive session is to discuss the performance of a public employee, potential litigation, and the legal or financial risks of a course of action. Thank you.
There's quite a few cards, so she might give us like a few of them, and then she'll keep bringing them to us.
Okay, sounds good. It is 6:33, and we are calling the regular meeting to order. At this time, the board will take a roll call for attendance. I will call each board member's name, and if they're present, we'll say present. Director Song?
Present.
Director Cook?
Present.
Director Clark?
Present.
Vice President Farah?
Present.
And myself. Director Cook, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of course. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening and happy Valentine's Day. I'm glad that you are all who I get to have as my Valentines today. Welcome to the meeting of the Kent School Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in this board meeting, and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing on our live stream. The purpose of a board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to, comments from visitors. Whether made verbally in person, verbally on video, or written, comments are limited to a total of one per person per regular board meeting. One additional comment per person may be submitted for a public hearing topic if there is a public hearing on the agenda. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment at regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comment forms are available for completion prior to the meeting and must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once this report has begun. I will make that time abundantly clear, I promise. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Public comments will be heard after the opening, during preliminary communication from the audience, at specific agenda items, and during final communications from the audience. Students will be the first to speak on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to beginning your testimony. Abusive public comments personally directed towards the board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personally identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether verbal or written, must adhere to the standards of civility as defined in Policy 1400 Meeting Conduct, Order of Business, and Quorum. If you're seated in an overflow room, come in here because we have chairs. There is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow time for you to make your way into the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for board or Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide the items directly to safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. And I'm going to move on to section 1.06 and invite Director Song to read the land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of Muckleshoot Indian Tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Thank you very much. We are now to 1.07 agenda review. Superintendent Vela, is there any changes to the agenda?
President Margell, there are no changes to the agenda.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving on to 2.0 recognition, and I will turn to Director Clark about National School Counseling Week.
Whereas school counselors are employed in public and private schools at all levels to help students reach their full potential. Whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development. Whereas school counselors help parents or guardians focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children. And whereas school counselors in Washington are critical partners in the state's efforts at improving academic achievement of students and reducing dropout rates. Whereas school counselors are critical to the mission of our schools and actively align their programs with school and district improvement efforts. Whereas school counselors continue to collaborate with professional organizations, public and private educational stakeholders, and school officials to implement an OSPI endorsed best practice framework to guide local districts. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaim February 5 through 9 as National School Counseling Week in the Kent School District and urge all citizens to join in their observance.
Thank you, Director Clark. I have the privilege of being able to speak on item number 2.02 about National Black History Month. Whereas, when he founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, now the Association for Study of African American Life and History, ASALH, on September 9th, 1915, Dr. Carter G. Woodson labored under the belief that historical truth would crush falsehood and usher in a new era of equity, opportunity, and racial democracy, and it has been its charge for over a century. And whereas, in 1926, Dr. Woodson initiated the celebration of Negro History Week in bringing attention to his mission to promote the study of Black history and help school systems coordinate their focus on the topic. And whereas, in 1976, the celebration of Black History Month was decreed a national observance and expanded to include the entire month of February. And whereas today Black History Month is supported and celebrated throughout the country by people of all ethnic and social backgrounds. And whereas for more than a century, African American life, history, and culture have become major forces in the United States and the world. And whereas confident that their struggles mattered in human history, Black scholars, artists, athletes, and leaders self-consciously used their talents to change how the world viewed African Americans. And whereas in celebrating the entire history of African Americans and the arts, the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, ASALH, put into the national spotlight the richness of the past and present with an eye towards what the rest of the 21st century will bring. ASALH dedicates its 98th annual Black History theme to African Americans and the arts. And whereas the Kent School District's commitment to equity and excellence for each and every student is grounded in the rich legacy, courage, and remarkable contributions of those who have sacrificed to keep their dreams alive for generations to come and build a nation that is more just and more equal for all people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Kent School District proclaim the month of February 2024 National Black History Month in Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Signed this 14th day of February 2024 by the Board of Directors and Israel Vela, Secretary to the Board.
President Margell and members of the board, we have a little treat, video that we'd like to share with you that our comms team and Ms. Chiara Frost and some Kent Ridge students put together in honor of National Black History Month. Ms. Santello?
So I'm Tiara Frost, this is KSD Shorts, and this month we are going to be covering Black History Month. And so we got my man Jaden here with me today. Jaden, what does Black History Month mean to you?
I think what Black History Month means to me is like more than history, my family, like my grandparents, my parents, everyone that came before me. Because I think when people think of Black history, they think of all the negatives like slavery, oppression, suppression, everything that kept us down. But I like to lift us up and think about the positives, because Black culture is still such a young and fruitful culture that even right now we are living in Black history.
My name is Ella Conrath, and Black History Month is the importance for me about learning about African diaspora. Really expanding what we learn here at school. Like Jane said, not just focusing on the negatives, but also focusing on the positives. The people that have changed our culture, and just learning more about our background.
My name is Lydia. To me, Black History Month reminds me that I have instilled in me the power to change and the spirit of change makers. And as a result of that, it's my Blackness that inspired my passion for reading, writing, and the continuous quest for knowledge.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our Office of Equity Inclusion and Kentridge for doing the video for us. We have one more proclamation on Career and Technical Education Month from Vice President Farah.
Yeah, my favorite subject. Whereas one of the Kent School District goals is to prepare all students to be college and careers ready by raising the academic and social learning bar and closing the gaps to student achievement and college completion. And whereas Career and Technical Education, CTE, offers students the opportunity to gain the academic, technical, and employability skills necessary for true career readiness. And whereas students in CTE programs participate in authentic, meaningful experience that improve the quality of their education and increase their engagement and achievement. And whereas this Kent School District understands the significance of CTE and offers CTE as at Kent Meridian, Kent Lake, Kentridge, Kenwood, Kent Laboratory Academy, as well as the middle school levels. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors proclaims February 2024 as a National Career and Technical Education Month and urges all citizens to recognize the importance of CTE to prepare all students for success in career, college, and life. Signed this 14th day of February 2024 by all Kent School Board Directors and Secretary of Board Israel Bella.
Thank you very much, Vice President Farah. Okay, our next section is preliminary communication from the audience.
Thank you, President Margell. I'll ask Ms. Intello to come up and share with us the public comment cards.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vella, and Ms. Curry. Happy Valentine's Day. We have many comments submitted for this evening. In no particular order, one was submitted that is video, but it will be played per our protocol following all in-person comments, and that one was for 7.01, public hearing. No other online comments were submitted. And I have here for you a stack of preliminary comments to be heard in the first 30 minutes, and then if time runs out, to be heard in the comment section at the end of the meeting. In-person comments for 7.01, public hearing, and 10.01, reduction in education, resolution 1663, which is informational.
Did we receive any written comments? No written comments. Thank you. And I will try my very best to pronounce everybody's name right and read handwriting right, although they're very little pencils. And so we will start based off of our procedures with our students first. And so we have Alexander Sanchez. Do we want to maybe put this one and try again later? Please. Okay. The next one we have is Ivan Sanchez.
Hi, my name is Ivan. The reason I'm here is because me and my brother Alex, we already got robbed 2 times walking home back from school. And I don't feel safe going to school or coming back.
Was there anything else that you wanted to add? Thank you very much. The next person that we have is Nadia Lopez. Ms. Lopez? I don't know. Perfect. Yep.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Nadia López. Soy madre de Alexander e Iván. El día 10 de octubre del 2023, mientras yo estaba en el trabajo, recibí una llamada de la policía donde me decían que a mis hijos les habían robado. Me asusté mucho. Ellos caminan todos los días de la casa a la escuela y de la escuela de regreso a casa. Ese día yo salí corriendo de mi trabajo, solo le dije a mi jefe, me tengo que ir, mis hijos no están bien, tengo que ir a verlos. Me salí del trabajo, fui a la casa, cuando llego mis hijos están rodeados de policías y les pregunto qué pasó. Mi hijo solo me abraza, me dice, mamá, me robaron. Me quedé impresionada de ver lo que había pasado porque encuentro a mis hijos sin zapatos, sin su mochila. Alex, el grande, estaba golpeado, despeinado, y le digo, hijo, ¿qué te pasó? Me robaron, mamá. Iván me abraza llorando y me dice, mamá, me querían matar, me pusieron un arma en la cabeza. Entonces, lo único que hice fue abrazar a mis hijos y le digo, vamos a darle gracias a Dios porque están bien. Ese día levanté el reporte de la policía, al otro día no trabajé, fui a la escuela a buscar ayuda, preguntándole a la secretaria, a los maestros qué podían ayudarme a hacer, porque soy mamá soltera, yo vivo sola con mis hijos. Entonces, lo único que ellos me dijeron es como estamos en el radio, dentro de lo que no les toca vas a los niños, ellos tienen que caminar. Te toca buscar la forma de cómo llevarlos y traerlos. Entonces, si yo trabajo 5 horas o 6 horas, yo no voy a vivir con mis hijos. O pago mi renta o cuido a mis hijos. Entonces, tengo que hacer todo al mismo tiempo yo sola. Ese mismo día yo llamé aquí al distrito y les dije, ocupo que alguien me ayude a encontrar, no sé, una forma de que yo deje a mis hijos en la escuela y alguien me los pudiera regresar o que hubiera un poco más de seguridad para los niños. Me dijeron que no había forma de hacerlo. Dije, ok, está bien. Al regresar a casa, hablando con otros vecinos de ahí mismo, me comentaron qué ha pasado con otros niños. No son solo mis hijos los que batallan con esto. Entonces mi pregunta es, si ustedes tienen una distancia de donde los bases recogen a los niños y los llevan, no sé cuántas millas son, 1.5 millas, 2 millas, no sé cuánto sea. Mi pregunta es,
voy a interrumpir. Sean
acabados los 3 minutos que se otorga para poder hacer el comentario, voy a interpretar la mayor parte de la información que usted ha proporcionado.
Okay.
Okay? So I've interpreted and let her know about the 3 minutes. Members of the board, good evening. My name is Ninfa Pozos. I'm the Spanish interpreter. And I'm here with Ms. Nadia Lopez. Just ask for a moment.
Yes.
It's close to home as well. I am the mother of Alexander and Ivan Sanchez. On October 10th, while I was working, I received a phone call from the police notifying me that my kids had been robbed and they were asking for me to come home. I was scared. I notified my shift manager, and I got home as soon as possible. I was scared. I get home and my children are both there scared. They walk home, they walk to school, and all of a sudden I see my kids surrounded by police. I'm shocked to see my students, or to see my kids without shoes, no backpack. Their hair was a mess. My son tells me they were gonna kill us. We had a gun to our head. All I could do was hug my children and thank God that they were okay. We filed a police report. We notified the staff to see if we can receive any support. My children live, or our house is within the boundaries where we do not receive transportation. So if there's no bus, I'm a single parent. If I work 5 to 6 hours, how can I make a living? I also communicated with the school district. I talked about our situation. I don't have anybody to drop off or pick up my kids while I'm working. Is maybe more safety or security offered? I didn't get a clear response or support other than you can find somebody that can walk, or if you can find somebody that can walk and drop them off. I've heard from other neighbors that this is something that commonly happens. There are no buses. So my question is, how can we offer more security? What can we do? Thank you.
To Martin.
Good evening and happy Valentine's Day. I'm here to try to do a little lesson on numbers for you. I left my office today to go to a meeting, and at that time, the number that I had in my head was 40. The Kent School District administrators have chosen 40 educators to put on plans of support, deeming them as basic educators or unsatisfactory, using the Self-ID evaluation system. I left my meeting, came here, and in that time frame, 10 more teachers were placed on that. So now we're looking at over 50, and the deadline isn't until tomorrow. I got concerned when I saw these numbers because last year we had 15 teachers, and that was a lot. I called my friends who in similar districts as Kent. I called Lake Washington. I called Seattle. I called Vancouver, which is extremely similar to us in the size that we are and the clientele that we serve. I called Spokane, knowing that they were a much bigger district, to kind of get an indication as to where they land with plans of support for educators. I heard from 3 of the 5. It was short notice. It was today. Spokane reached out first, and they told me, hey, we have 0 teachers on plans of support, but I might have 1, maybe. I reached out to Vancouver, and when they called me back, I asked them the same question. They told me, we have 0 teachers on plans of support. I reached out to Tacoma, knowing that they're kind of in our region, but much bigger. They must have more teachers. Their answer was 0, but we might have 1. Last year, we had 15 teachers put on a plan of support, and we were the largest number of teachers in any district in this state. And when I look at 50 teachers, I have to begin asking myself, well, is there something about these teachers that maybe make them different? Oh, well, looking at the data, I discovered that a third of them are members of the BIPOC community. When the Kent School District says we want our community, our teachers to recognize people that look like them in our schools, and we only have 12% of them, and yet a third of our teachers on this list are BIPOC. And I can't even say that may even be higher because I haven't had a chance to do the data on these new teachers. When I look at the data again, I begin wondering and asking myself, what else is different about this group? Oh, I get it. About a third of them are teachers who are experienced teachers, who we pride ourselves on using as mentors, but they're on this list. And probably the thing that makes me probably the most concerned is that when I look at this list, about 50% of them are SPED teachers. We can't fill the 15 positions that are currently posted, and we're looking at possibly getting rid of,
Mr.
or...
Martin, I need to ask you to stop, unfortunately.
Okay,
We hit the 3
well, I
minutes.
am here if you want to hear more.
Very much. Heidi Skagen?
It's worse.
Greeting to you, members of the school board, and everyone who is here tonight. I come tonight to bring an issue that my son is experiencing at Kentwood High School regarding privacy in the locker room. Communal undressing can be uncomfortable and awkward in general. My son is even more uncomfortable changing in a locker room with people who have female bodies. He's not the only one who feels that way, but he is the only one that has spoken up so far. There are no private changing rooms in the boys' locker room for him or anyone else to change into that provides privacy. He spoke to his teacher and the vice principal about his discomfort. His vice principal told him he could dress in the one bathroom stall or a maintenance closet. I understand that certain policies need to be followed by our schools so that they can get federal and state funding. And I propose to you, members of the school board, that we can do better for our students than bathroom stalls and broom closets. We can designate some of that funding to install dressing rooms inside our locker rooms. Even when I was in high school in the 80s, there were 2 private changing rooms in our locker room. Unfortunately, 2 were not nearly enough to accommodate everyone who would have liked more privacy while changing. They were always in use before I got there, and even then, many girls, including myself at times, changed in bathroom stalls, which, if you've ever changed in a public bathroom stall, it's really gross. Not to mention the fact that people who actually needed to use the bathrooms couldn't. So 10 years ago, in 2014, after a state law took effect that sought to accommodate transgender students, all schools in the San Diego Unified School District created private areas that could be used by either transgender students or other students in their locker rooms. They created private bathrooms that any student could use as well. Their prompt action showed that they respected the law and the needs of all their students and staff. By adding private dressing room stalls, more than just 2, in the school locker rooms within the Kent School District, the student body is better served, and the statements about student privacy in the School Sexual Harassment Code and the 3211 policy are complemented. It shows that we value our students and can do better than bathroom stalls and broom closets. I think we can find unity in our diversity. We can show our care and support for all our students by adding dressing stalls in a timely manner to our locker rooms and thus contribute to the positive change in our schools. Thanks.
Thank you. Christy Padilla?
President Margot, Superintendent Vela, and the Board of Directors. I'm coming to you as a advocate of KEA. So sometimes I come as a community member, and sometimes I come as a KEA member. Today I'm coming as a WA advocate, which is my current position. I want to talk about Goal 4, investing in a diverse workforce and inclusive workplace cultures. I believe Mr. Martin addressed the fact that there are many teachers on plans of support, which is extremely uncommon across the state. But what should alarm all of you is that a third of them are people of color. I keep data for the last 5 years. It's an upward trend that our educators of color are being put on the list, and they are non-renewed. Sometimes the union's able to make a settlement agreement, but we in fact lose our educators of color. It's time to stop talking about putting people who look like our students in front of the classrooms and take action to hire and retain them. I guarantee you that our HR department works very hard to attract a diverse population, but has been my concern all along regarding equity and diversity issues. The message is not being accepted at the building level. And I have in labor management meetings asked for more support at the building level on a variety of equity issues, not just our teacher force. I do want to talk a bit about our special education educators. About 20 right now are put on plans of support and been notified that if they don't pass their plans, it means possible renewal. This district spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on agencies that provide special ed staff to our district. Those people are not school district employees. There's no investment other than they cost 2-3 times as much as hiring a regular teacher in our district. So I would like to instead change our mindset and stop looking at shortcomings of our newest special ed teachers who are not provided curriculum and who are not provided adequate para support, and then expected to meet the objectives of and standards of an experienced teacher, to instead invest in our current staff and retain our special ed teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma Judson.
Hello, my name is Emma Judson, and I teach at Mill Creek Middle School. Over the holiday weekend on January 13th, 14th, and 15th, there was a cold snap and the pipes in the main building at Mill Creek burst. Staff was told Monday night that the leaks impacted the library and counseling offices, but families received no communication that anything was wrong. In reality, on Tuesday morning, we walked into a construction zone. Furniture was stacked haphazardly in the atrium. Industrial strength fans were placed in the hallways, library, counseling offices, and main office area. Minutes before students entered the courtyard before school, a hot water pipe burst above an entryway, prompting the water to be turned off to the entire building. A maintenance person then climbed a ladder to cut a hole in the ceiling of the overhang. The ladder stayed for the rest of the day, and the extension cord dangled from the gaping hole in the ceiling for the rest of the week, just outside of the doors to the walkway between buildings. When the water was turned back on, water began pouring from outside the other building entrance. While walking to last period, students had to step carefully around the waterfall and ensuing puddle to access the only remaining entrance to the building. No communication was sent to families until the following day. Why were students and staff allowed to enter a school that was falling apart around them? Would you consider these acceptable conditions for your office, for your house? Why are these conditions acceptable for Mill Creek students and staff? The chaos continued for the rest of the week and into the next. Counseling offices were in total disarray, leaving them without a confidential space to meet with students. Student cume files were inaccessible. The nurse's office didn't have running water. We had 2 staff bathrooms open in the entire school. The library remains closed. 300 library books were destroyed. Many were books in other languages that our librarian had painstakingly sourced over many years. One day we showed up and all of the baseboards had been removed, more fans had been placed throughout the building, and bundles of hoses lined the hallways, leading to holes that had been drilled into the wall every 6 inches. The sound of fans was deafening. Every day the situation changed without warning. Today we're still feeling impacts of the flood. This week and last week there were construction workers working during class in the affected classroom. The library is still unusable without a timeline for reopening, and I'm curious, when will the air quality in the school be tested? When will the floors be tested for mold? When will we have a space where my colleagues are not impacted by poor air quality? Why is there construction happening around students during school hours? When can our library reopen? My students and colleagues deserve better than this. What type of message does this send about how much their community values their access to education if we can't even provide students with basic, safe facilities? We already have seasonal outdoor flooding at Mill Creek that apparently cannot be helped. Now the building is flooding from the inside. I would hate for my students to believe that this is the kind of educational experience that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Baston?
Works, okay. Good afternoon, board. I have a short message to read to the board. It's about events that have been taking place in Mill Creek, of which you're aware of one scenario that took place from a very distressed parent today. Mill Creek is located on Central Avenue, just across from the Kent Sounder train station and the Kent Station shopping area. This is one of the busiest parts of Kent. Students who live within 1.75 miles of the school are not provided with district transportation, leaving those without a ride to walk or take the public bus. Below, what I'm about to read, my apologies, are a collection of quotes written by Mill Creek students regarding their safety while walking to and from the school. I saw like a lot of drunk people, and my friend was also followed by one of them. I feel like someone is following me, so I don't feel safe. Random people talking to me. So some guy had a gun at La Terrestia and smoked them. I was on the bus, and an old man kept looking at me and other girls, and I did not feel safe, neither did my friends. My friends saw a guy with an axe, and they went to pick me up, and when we were walking, we saw a crash in front of us. I was walking to school with 2 of my friends, and there was this homeless man carrying an axe and walking around. Once we walked closer to him, we confirmed it was an axe, started running, and from a safe distance, my friend took a picture on her phone. Another time we were crossing the road, and a car sped by us and crashed into another car, and the front shattered into pieces, and it was very close to hitting us. Every day we see homeless people on drugs laying down or passed out. We see a bunch of cigarette packs and drugs and litter all over the ground when we are walking, and it makes me feel very unsafe. There was a homeless man walked near me, and some other girls, and we were by Smith Street, walked signed to Ross, and he came and had a knife and said, "Give me your phones or I will kill you now." And so we ran across the street before it said we could. I just don't like the fights. I was about across the street that is in front of that food place, and some random guy starts talking to me and saying bad words, and he chased me to my mum's car. I was walking back from school, and there was this guy asking for money and trying to steal a children's bike because he saved the world. I almost got run over. When I was walking to school, this guy in his car almost ran me over.
I'm going to need to stop you there, sir.
Oh.
Sorry, 3 minutes per person.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your comments. Hayden McManus.
I'm gonna cede my time to one of the Mill Creek folks. Emily went. Emily, go ahead.
Do you have a comment card in here? Okay. What was your name? I'm sorry.
Emily Danko.
Was it part of the public hearing or for open comment?
Or I can cede my time to Christy Ackerman. We're both on the same time. Okay. Or, Mr. Sims. Okay.
What's the name? What is the name?
Nathan Steinberger?
I'm sorry, Nathan?
Yes, correct.
We don't have any, we don't have a card for public comment for Nathan. Was it under, for a specific item?
I did not put a specific item. I did put my comment in the box. Okay. I guess it's under 1001.
1001? Okay, so this is for the public comment here. That would be a separate comment, period. Is there,
I didn't put a number on my card.
okay, so do you want to pull it out of for that comment and put it in public comment?
I can do it now, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Whatever you prefer.
We can do that. Yep. Nathan Son Kleinberger?
Is it going to come up?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Nathan Soon Kleinberger, and I'm both a teacher librarian and a parent of a dual language student at Mill Creek. As an employee of the Kent School District and a parent whose child is being educated in the dual language program, I believe this gives me a panoramic view of the dual language program and its impact on staff, students, and families. Little background about my family's dual language journey in the KSD. My eldest daughter, Aviva, who is now a 10th grader at Kent Ridge, began the Spanish-English dual language program at Carriage Crest in the fall of 2012. She was one of the first kids in the program and was surrounded by an enthusiastic community of her peers, parents, and teachers who were excited to be entering a K-12 journey of educating kids in Spanish and English. Throughout Aviva's time at Carriage Crest, while the program had a supportive community, it did not, however, have the administrative support nor any long-term infrastructure for a sustainable program from the district. Parents were told the program would continue through graduation. The district reneged and said it would only last through middle school. This in turn led to a turnover in DL teachers who felt they were doing twice as much work as their English-only counterparts. When Aviva was in 3rd grade, she was diagnosed with dyslexia and placed in an IEP. In kindergarten, we were told as parents that any and all students could enter the program. However, because Aviva is an IEP, she was quote-unquote recommended to leave the program because she would not have the instruction time with her IEP teacher. We now know that this was not a research-based decision, but was determined because the program did not have adequate support for all learners. The DL program did not have a special education component like a fully funded program should. Because of this, Aviva was forced to exit the program in 2015. Despite the rocky road Aviva traveled as a DL student, my youngest daughter, Sophia, was eager to enter the program when she started kindergarten that same school year. She has always had a talent and affinity for language. We parents were told that the 2015 class would be the last group of kids to be in the DL program at Carriage Crest. We were not given any reason or rationale for this decision. Despite this, the students, families, and teachers became a close-knit group during Sophia's 6 years at Carriage Crest. When the district decided to transfer the rising 6th graders to middle school last year, Sophia was adamant she wanted to stick with the DL program. Even though her feeder school would be meeker, she wanted to attend Mill Creek to hone her Spanish skills and inspired to become fluent by the time she graduated. During this shift, however, there were red flags. Sophia's wonderful Spanish teacher, Cynthia Contreras, who pushed Sophia further as a learner than any of her previous teachers, would soon be out of a job at Carriage Crest because the DL program was sunsetting. Fortunately, she had found a dual language science position at Mill Creek, even though her background was in elementary. Furthermore, if it weren't for the persistence of Mill Creek's principal, Matt Fitney, there would have been no district transportation from Carriage Crest to Mill Creek. In fact, I can tell you many Carriage Crest DL parents decide not to remain in the DL program because of the uncertainty of the transportation issue. Still, she persisted and insisted on attending Mill Creek. I am blessed to see Sophia every day at my school as a librarian and as a parent. I'm proud to hear from her dual language teachers that she's excelling in the program. Sophia has made friends from all over the world while in the program. Really,
I'm sorry, we are limited to 3 minutes. Thank you. Last comment for this first segment, Alicia Gray.
Hello, my name is Alicia Gray. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Sunrise Elementary. I'm here because I'm gravely concerned about the safety of our students coming to and from schools in this district. I am sure that you are aware that 9th grader Oscar Lindsay died on his school bus last week on the way to Kentwood High School. Oscar was in my 4th and 6th grade class. He was a joy to work with and is deeply missed by students and staff across the district. I am concerned about what appears to be a lack of training for our bus drivers that led to the bus not being checked immediately upon drop-off and led to a 911 call not being immediately placed after Oscar was found unresponsive. What plans are in place to ensure that these policies are reviewed and retaught on a regular basis so that a tragedy like this doesn't happen again? I would like to see a motion from the board that this happens immediately so that no more of our students are lost to tragedies like this. Thank you.
Thank you for our final comment. Sorry, I took a lot of notes. Okay, we are at 4.0 Superintendent Report. Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. As we celebrate Black History Month, I want to bring your attention to the student artwork showcased on our computer lock screen this month. These are the winners of the Black Lives Matter Art Contest honoring Black Lives Matter School Action Week. During this month, there are a variety of activities happening across the district to honor our Black neighbors, friends, and loved ones, and acknowledge the systemic institutional racism and disproportionate impact on our Black students, staff, and families. Our school board members and I are committed to seeing, hearing, and caring for our Black students, staff, and families. We recognize the importance of creating an equitable and inclusive environment for all, which is goal 3 of our strategic plan, building equitable systems and school environments. We will continue to focus on providing inclusive spaces and fostering a sense of belonging for all students. During February, we also celebrate Career and Technical Education Month. Our CTE students have a lot to celebrate this year. Over 70 business and marketing students competed at the DECA State Conference this year. Our computer applications students have earned 74 Microsoft Office certifications to prepare them for real-world technology jobs. Automotive students have earned 304 automotive service safety certifications, and 222 students earned automotive service pollution prevention industry certifications. 6 of those students placed at the Regional Skills USA Welding Contest and will compete at the State Skills USA Welding Competition. Culinary and marketing students have earned 243 Washington State food worker cards and are able to work in the food and hospitality industry. Family health and sports medicine students have earned 288 CPR certifications and can provide aid as needed. We recognize the hard work of our students in achieving these certifications and our dedicated staff as they endeavor to prepare our students for their futures. The first week of February is National School Counseling Week. This month in our e-newsletter, Foundations, there is an article highlighting Julie Gibson, who is a school counselor at Kent Lake High School. Ms. Gibson is known for her passion for supporting students, whether it be an important guidance lesson, facilitating a small group, helping a student through a family situation, or giving advice on a career pathway. These daily contributions positively influence students in their education in ways that cannot be measured. Be sure to read the article that also includes several quotes from students thanking Ms. Gibson for her work and her support. Director Clark and I attended the Legislative Day on the Hill in Olympia, where we were able to speak with our legislative representatives about the issues facing our district and students. We discussed priority initiatives including school funding, transportation, inclusive education, and prototypical staffing models. These events are important to relationship building and letting our legislators know firsthand what they can do to support our students. Thank you, Director Clark, for attending with me. On the agenda tonight is a resolution for the Capital and Technology Replacement Levy for the April 23rd ballot. On the agenda tonight is a resolution for the Central and Technology Replacement Levy. This will be on April 23rd. Like a subscription, local school levies must be renewed. This 3-year replacement levy should provide the majority of funding for health and safety improvements, facility repairs, and our one-to-one technology education program. Goal 1 of our new strategic plan is to prepare all students to be global citizens. This includes providing digital resources for students to be prepared for real-world jobs. These funds would support repairs and modernization of our safety systems to ensure our buildings remain equipped for teaching and learning. I commend our staff and say heartily thank you for the work they have done and will do to provide facts and information to our community to make informed voting decisions. Over the last few weeks, we have visited several schools together. Board members Farah, Clark, and Margell visited Kent Elementary Academy, along with Director Song, where we learned more about their programs. Specifically at KLA, we learned about the Connect program and the University of Washington-Tacoma partnership. We also toured the robotics classroom and visited Dave Smith, who shared some of the innovative projects our students are working on. I am also proud to announce that Byron Strang, staff member at Kent Laboratory Academy, has been named the Regional Middle Level Activity Advisor of the Year for the Northwest region. The award is sponsored by the Association of Washington Student Leaders. Mr. Strang's success speaks to not only to his commitment and talent, but to the support from his school. Congratulations to Mr. Strang. At Glenridge Elementary, I was joined by Director Cook, where we celebrated the fall to winter student growth in English language arts and math. We were so impressed with the students and the Glenridge school values, which are act safely, be respectful and kind, cooperate, demonstrate responsibility, and expect the best. Whether in the classroom, at home, or even here in this room, these simple values matter and are essential to creating a positive environment and fostering a sense of belonging. As I mentioned earlier, Director Song and President Margell also visited Kent Elementary with me. We discussed the recent influx of refugee students in the city of Kent and the process for connecting with these families, which includes home visits to build relationships with parents. I know our school staff and our student support services team have worked hard to make this transition as smooth and easy as possible. On behalf of the school board, we thank you for your efforts to welcome our refugee students and families. February 17th is designated as Random Acts of Kindness Day. On this occasion, we celebrate the power of small acts that have the potential to make a significant difference in someone's life. And not only on this day, but every day. I encourage each person listening to this report to share compassion and kindness to inspire a sense of community, empathy, and unity among people from all walks of life. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of those who we encounter, each other, and in our community. As I end my report, I thank the school board for their partnership as we continue working together and focusing on our students, every voice, every day. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We are just about to start the legislative update, and before I do, I'm going to make the announcement. This is the last time to be able to get into, put in comment cards for our public comment. So I'm going to give just a moment for anybody who would like to get that. Okay. And I'm going to move to Director Clark
Yes, we have a.
for our legislative update.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of quick overarching comments. This is the short session for the legislature. The main budget year takes place in the January that follows the massive election of representatives. So we're in the short session, that's 60 days, as opposed to the long session, which is 109 days. Now, you know that, of course, public schools is the single biggest pot of money that the state legislature deals with. As a consequence, of course, it's broken out into all kinds of different parts. And I tossed this one up. We belong to WASDA, and this is one of their priorities, but it's not what it looks like. It says Aging Schools Assistance Program, and it does create a pot of money for school districts to repair aging buildings. But it's aimed at, and was a result of a lawsuit by Washtenaw, which pointed out that in the problem of trying to raise bond monies, it's based on property values, and Washtenaw doesn't have many commercial buildings, and not even that many residences, versus somebody like Bellevue with all that commercial property and, of course, the population. And the result is that in Washtenaw, they would suddenly be asking their voters to send $8,000 and $10,000 per household to do an ordinary bond project because they don't have the property value to offset that. If I can. Now, this one is a little more substantial, and again, it's not exactly what it looks like. So House Bill 1960 is in fact a scheme that the state legislature created because they knew they were not keeping up with all the demands for an ordinary school district. So they built a prototypical model, and then they started to talk about how do we basically even this process out. So this particular option in this particular year does in fact create an increase for paras and teaching assistants and office support. But it's going to lead to another problem down the road, so I'll just skip and we'll come back to that. All right, Superintendent Vela told you about issues in special education, and the good news is after multiple complaints, they did in fact send more money last year. But we specifically talked with Senator Kaiser and Representative Orwell of the 33rd about the fact that we currently spend $25 million of our local level money above what we receive from state and federal spending. Now, I'll throw you the oddball on special ed funding. So it's mandated by federal law, but they don't send the money. So they delegate it to the states to apply, and then they send a pot of money on. But of course, they don't send all the money for the things that they demand. So the state is expected to supplement that. So the feds are actually pretty good about sending construction money if you're going to build a center for teaching of the blind, but you have to staff it in whatever building it's located in. All right. And then finally, the question originally under federal law and state accommodated that by saying there's a 15% cap on how many students out of your total population can be funded for special education. But that, of course, became aggravated over time. And now they are suggesting that the cap will go up to 17%. But the reality is, the superintendent of public instruction has said, if you're going to do it, it ought to be paid for, and you can't keep dropping on the local school districts. Well, if we're spending $25 million out of our levy money, you can well imagine what we're losing in other areas that money could go to. Next section. All right. So in 2019, again, as I said, the state started to actually say, all right, we do have an obligation to fund our prototypical model, and they began to ask, what sorts of things have to be done to try and address that. The purpose was to seek to reduce reliance on local levies for basic education staffing. Now, I remind you that we currently literally are using levy money for certain backdrops. And Superintendent Bell, correct me, I believe nurses, part of them came out of that, and significant special ed money came out of that.
There are a number of them, yes.
And I think you were mentioning that included busing, paras, and some other.
Some of the activities that I mentioned.
Okay. So we also specifically presented to Kaiser and Orwell on the need for clinical psychologists or counselors and reasonable nurse ratios. And I remind you, I taught in this school district for almost 20 years, and that the nursing ratio has never been adequate, and it creates great stress. All right, anyway, OSPI. All right, so on Sunday, we actually had a presentation from the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Chris Reichdahl, and he pointed out that the K-12 spending as a share of state GDP is lower than the national average. Levy cuts were not ordered by the state Supreme Court, but they were never regionalized, and there's now a two-tiered system of inequity. And I remind you, this district particularly got designated as having higher property values, and therefore we lost $7 million in levy equalization money. Now, that's straight out of the pot. Of course, as you know, in the state constitution, education is the paramount duty of the state. But, and if I can, we're also all experts on McCleary now. And that, of course, is the model that said, these are the things that you're supposed to do. And when they weren't doing it, they got sued. That is to say, the state was sued by school districts. The school districts won, but they only got up to about 2019, which was the highest level in funding that they ever put forward. It never fully funded it. And since then, it's only declined. Now, you don't have to be a real mathematician to figure out that there was an increased tax that was passed that has to do with financial transfers, and the result is there is a pot of money down there in Olympia. You also don't have to be a mathematician to figure out when the state legislature said they were going to spend $1 billion on homelessness, that very clearly that money was going to get very thin very rapidly. And then, of course, we all know that there are 6 initiatives that will come on the ballot supposedly this November, and one of them, of course, would wipe out that pot of money. So you're looking at a climate where the state is trying to surface their priorities. The good news is the governor's budget actually was fairly reasonable in supporting schools. But the fact is, the real money is of course, in the state and House budgets. Now, they closed down all transfer of bills if they did not come out of the House or did not come out of the Senate to be sent to the other body on Tuesday, they're dead, which means that they're now narrowing down to the big pots of money, and then they will make those internal decisions on how that actually is going to play out. So I'll try and keep you versed as we learn more, but it's probably not going to be an inspiring year. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Clark. We're moving to section 6.0, and I'm going to call on Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. I'd like to invite Deputy Superintendent Dr. Wade Behringer to the podium to begin our presentation.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you again. This presentation that you'll see this evening is very, very similar to the presentation that our board members saw during our work session a couple weeks ago when we went over the capital projects and technology replacement levy in a little bit more detail. So to spare the board and the audience, we won't spend the hour-long work session that we had for this particular presentation this evening, but we will go through the slides. I will not read all of the slides, but I will allow you to be able to read those slides. This is also for public consumption as well as part of our on our BoardDocs. So just quickly recapping, when we failed the capital technology levy on November 7th of 2023, we failed that by a small margin. Now, nonetheless, we failed it. So the fact of the matter is we needed to make sure that we went back out to our community and figured out what could we do different, what can we do better, because we need to address this. Our capital tech levy as well as our AP&O levy that did pass are extremely critical to the functioning of our district and both support of our students and our staff and our community at large. As you can see here, 48.84% was the failure rates. We need 50%, the simple majority, to pass our levies. That's roughly 643 votes short on that day. Probably not a surprise for those people that live in Kent or have lived in Kent for a long time, especially board members who have run for their elected seats. We've seen a decline in voter turnout in Kent over the last dozen years or so. And this obviously has an impact when we run ballot measures like this. As you can see here in comparison to a couple other districts that ran levies at the same time in November. We did a survey of the community. We did a survey of the community when the bond failed in April of 2023, and we had just shy of 5,000 responses. So we felt like that was a pretty good response rate. We went out hoping that we'd get a similar response rate with the survey following the failure of the levy. As you can see, we did not get that. We got about 1,614 people who responded. Here's the breakdown of just some high-level demographics of those who did respond. The one piece I want to call out in this particular slide is that only 68% of those that responded, of the 1,614, voted on proposition number 2. And if you remember that ballot, proposition number 1, which was the EP&O levy, that was on the front of the ballot. The only thing on the back of the ballot was proposition 2, which is the capital tech levy. Now, I'm not going to infer that we would have passed it if every single person would have turned it over. But there's a difference about 850 votes between those who voted on Prop 1 and those who voted on Prop 2. Now, whether or not we were going to have 80% of those vote for Prop 2, which would have given us a 643 or not, who knows? Fact of the matter is we failed, we are here, and we need to rerun this. Communications, our community spoke out. Obviously, 75% of those that responded in the top 5 methods said that the district or school email and digital newsletter is a helpful way to be able to receive information from us regarding this, as well as a couple other ways as well. We asked, again, our community to reprioritize our levy buckets. And so here are those projects reprioritized by the community. Again, those 1,614 respondents, again, a fraction of our voting public and taxpayers here in Kent. And this is the rank order that they gave those 1,614, again, a small number. And there's that order. Also prioritize the technology project buckets. Great. We'll be speaking more in we'll be speaking more in depth to these later on in the presentation.
Well, technical difficulties.
Speaking of technology, maybe that's the internet connectivity. We should move that up a little bit, maybe. Some of the respondent inputs, as you know, those that are taxpayers here in Kent, and especially those that are owners of homes, the property taxes in Kent have increased greatly over the last 3 years. And in fact, just shy of 30% over the last 3 years are voting public who own their own homes in Kent have been impacted that way, which was a large factor in a lot of the responses that we got from people during that survey. What do voters want to know? Again, people want to know specific details about projects and levies, and we've explained it over the years, and we'll continue to explain the difference between bonds and levies. Bonds, we are very specific on our projects, calling out the exact building, the exact project. Levies, we do not do that. Levies are for a large number of deferred maintenance and as needed projects as they create or present themselves, not only through building-wide and facility assessments, but just you never know when something's going to happen. Like you can create a list at your home of the things that you want to do, but if something fails, then that moves to the top of your list. That's why we don't call out specific projects in levies. We build project buckets, and you'll see a little bit more of that this evening. So those were a lot of the responses. A lot of people wanted to know exactly what project at what school, and if it was a bond, we'd be doing that. But because it's a levy, that's not something that we do, and nor does any other school district for that matter, for that exact reason that I mentioned. So, 2024 capital levy, capital tech replacement levy, it's a 3-year levy. We came to the board and the community in the fall of 23 with a 4-year capital tech levy, which would not have been a replacement because we were going out seeking some of those additional $29 million in funds that we would have access to in 24 if the levy would have passed. Since the capital tech levy did not pass, this is a 3-year replacement levy. Over the 3 years, we're looking at $190 million, $36 million in technology projects, $154 million and some change for capital projects. Election day, little over 2 months from right now, on April 23rd of 2024. Ballots will drop roughly middle of spring break for the Kent School District. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, all levy projects are subject to change based on emergent needs, and that's why we don't call out specific projects, and people are upset if we have to change it because a roof collapsed in this particular school, yet it moved ahead again of the parking lot that may be done in this building. And so that's why we don't call out specific projects, and we reprioritize those as we go, and the board is always informed of that. So my last slide, and then I'm going to bring up my team members because I think it's going to be important that as we go through these project buckets around technology that we have the resident experts standing at the podium to be able to ask questions, answer questions from the board. This particular item here, King County elections, this just gives you the dates of everything and how everything is falling. So last date to file is the 23rd, which is the end of next week. So we're coming to you tonight with the resolution, which again is another agenda item that we'll be seeing here momentarily. And then, of course, all of those other items that happen throughout that time frame. And then the election day then on the 23rd with the certification on May 3rd. So with that, I'd like to bring up the first of 3 people that will be joining us. Our Director of Technology Operations, Kyle Olson, will be coming up, and then followed by Kyle, I'll do introductions now, will be Dave Buzzard, who's our Executive Director of Operations, and then our Associate Superintendent of Finance, Ben Rarick, will also be joining us to speak through the tax portions of this. So this time I'd like to hand it over to Kyle to take us through the next few slides.
Thank you, President Margell, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curie. I have broken up the technology levy into different buckets, right? So we're going to talk about the different categories of the different buckets of the technology levy. The first category would be district devices at 57%, infrastructure spending 26%, technology subscriptions 9%, professional learning 4%, administrative and operational salaries 3%. So the first and largest of the categories would be district devices at 57%. This funds our one-to-one devices for staff and students. It provides money for a document camera refresh. Our document cameras are currently over 10 years old, and provides funding at the later years to start replacing some of our classroom display systems that are now out of warranty. So that's the majority of the money for the district devices. Infrastructure. I'm going to spend a little bit of time here on infrastructure. People don't always understand what infrastructure is, but it's critical to make the devices that we just talked about work, right? So the first one I want to talk about is district cabling upgrade. The cabling in the majority of our schools are over 20 years old. And so when we start talking about that, it's time to replace and really kind of do a district-wide refresh so that the whole district is on the same infrastructure, right? So the cabling in the walls that feed things like our access points that then provide the wireless out to our devices so that they can connect to the internet. That cabling needs to be installed and updated. Also, the fiber between where the internet comes into the building and then goes to all the individual switches to then fan out over the building, that also needs to be upgraded. So that's part of that 20-year-old technology. And the great thing is once we upgrade that, we won't need to do it again for 20, 25 years, right? So this is really kind of just, this is just time, right? So that's the first part of it. And then we got the next part, which is kind of more the stuff behind the walls and like the data center. You got your firewalls, your web filters, your log servers, disaster recovery stuff. Again, kind of stuff that I can nerd out on, but isn't really fun to talk about. The majority of what I'm talking about here and this is really, we're talking about really like the log server, disaster recovery. Our firewalls and those types of things are pretty decent. They're going to last for probably another 5 or 6 years. But we're really talking about disaster recovery plans, which are super important when we talk about ransomware and just the proliferation of targeting K-12 and educational institutions. It's actually the biggest target now, which is crazy, right? So protecting our data, protecting our infrastructure, protecting our devices, and protecting our way of doing business and teaching and learning is super important and critical. So the next part is the switches and the wireless access points. We talked about that a little bit, right? It all kind of works together. It's all kind of like a link in the chain, right? And so we will have money in this levy to replace our switches and our wireless access points all at one time. I say all at one time, we're a huge district. So let's say probably over the course of 2 years, we'll sweep in and we'll do everything. It'll be consistent. It'll give us a big boost in our ability to troubleshoot issues and keep things running. So it'll have a big impact on staffing and the ability to actually support our systems and, again, provide the speed that we need to for our devices to actually function the way they need to. Phone system, not talking about replacing a complete phone system here, but actually upgrading our phone system, keeping it current. That's why that's on here. Voice amplification systems, again, one of the probably the biggest takeaways for me when I was in a previous district talking about technology upgrades for the classroom, and it was the voice amplification system, and I wouldn't have guessed that, but it's super important for the students to be able to hear their teachers for equity issues and otherwise. And so we have voice amplification systems in our classrooms already, but kind of the cool thing about Kent is they've had them for so long, they're starting to fail, right? So it's just time now to start planning in the later years again of the levy to have money set aside to replace those systems and keep them operational. New intercom systems. Again, we're talking about intercom systems in whole, at least in the majority that are over 20, 25 years old. 55% of our intercom systems are no longer supported. We can't buy parts for them from the manufacturers. We have to go and try to get parts from like eBay, third-party places or whatever. And so we're talking about putting money aside to replace our intercom system, and it's critical for the safety and the continuity, business continuity of our schools. The data center UPS system, again, something that's probably not something we think about all the time, but we have a large UPS in our room just over here, over yonder, that is the size of a room. It's crazy how big it is, and it powers and protects all of our critical servers and communications and internet access. And it's on its last leg. It also is probably about 12, 13 years old, and it's now out of support to where we can't have the vendor won't provide a support contract on that anymore, right? So it's just time. We don't really have a choice. We've done a good job of pushing this equipment as far as we can, and we need to replace it because if we don't, we'll have outages. And when you have an outage with your power, with critical servers, when they go down, they don't want to turn back on, right? Unless you take them down gently. So super important. And then the last part, district hotspot connectivity. We are still committed to providing our students internet when they don't have it at home. So we have some money set aside for that. A lot less than during COVID or whatever, but we still have that program set aside for our students. Technology subscriptions. A lot of our technology doesn't work unless you pay, right? It's almost like you pay the power bill or they turn it off. And I'm a big proponent of not having technology subscriptions. I like to buy it and own it and push it as long as we can, kind of like we talked about a lot of our infrastructure, our UPS systems. But that's just not the reality. It's not available anymore. And clearly it drives me crazy, but that's not up to me, right? So where we can, we buy it and we own it, but we don't have that option in a lot of different cases. So these technology subscriptions are a good example of that. We have money set aside for our interactive flat panel management, print management, inventory ticket tracking, our learning management platform, Canvas, that the teachers use to and talk with their students, do assignments. Our Apple iOS management platform, we are majority Windows here, but we do have some Apple devices for certain student populations that work out way better, and so we have to have a management platform for that. E-rate consultant, our E-rate funds millions of dollars every year for the district, and it's super, super complicated. We have a consultant that helps with that. SIPA compliant on the web filter, we have to protect our students with internet filtering, so we have that on there. Content manager, Microsoft licensing is a huge one. We're, again, a Microsoft district. That's a big majority of this subscription budget. Phone archiving is, we have laws around we have to archive our communications. Identity automation provider, it's what actually makes all of our accounts work together, all the groups and everything. So that's on here. And of course, our student information system is a critical system for the district. Professional learning. We have money set aside to help teachers, train teachers on how to use and best integrate technology into the classroom. So why have devices if they're not going to be used, right? And our devices are critical for what we do in our schools. And so we have money set aside for that. The last category I have is administrative and operational salaries. Laws are very specific on levies, what you can use money for. And so to qualify for administrative and operational salaries, it has to be staff dedicated to the implementation of said technologies, right? So can't pay me to, or my team to manage the devices, to fix them, to whatever, but to deploy this equipment, we can pay our staff to do that. And when we pay our staff to deploy the equipment versus a contractor, we save a lot of money. So wherever we can do that, we try to do that because it's the best stewards of public money, and that's what we're all about, right? Trying to save as much money so we can do as much and stretch those dollars for teaching and learning, right? So that is the different categories, the different buckets of the technology levy. And I guess I will then bring up Mr. Dave Buzzard to talk about capital projects.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Appreciate the time tonight to speak about our capital levy. Again, this is a big bucket of money, and I'm really happy to be here to talk about the four buckets that they're in: critical repairs, health and safety, contingency, and administrative cost. I'm not going to nerd out or geek out, but I know that this first one, President Margell has spoken many times from the dais about sexy boilers. So I do want to say that out loud one more time so our folks at home and in person can hear this. It might not be sexy, but I can tell you what, without a boiler, there's no hot water and there's sometimes not heat. So very, very, very needed, and we appreciate that. New synthetic fields and track, especially at Mill Creek, we've been talking about this. We said in the levy, and I know Dr. Behringer have said this, we don't specifically call out projects in the levy. This is one that we are going to commit ourselves in calling out to make sure that this is and does come to fruition. New flooring in schools, as we know, flooring lasts somewhere between 18 and 25 years. We do have carpet in the district right now that's about 30 years old, and it looks great because of our environmental service team that takes care of it, and the school takes care of it as well too. Fueling center code compliance down at the transportation bus garage. We have tanks underground that have been there for quite many years. We just recently received a repair kit that will give us a little bit of longevity for that, but the tanks itself will be the ones that we'll need to replace. So this is something that comes through, I think it's RCW 75330. I could be wrong by that one, but it is something that we do have to manage. And then the freezer emergency power at Central Kitchen. Right now, that is not on a emergency generator. So when that goes out, if we can't get it repaired, we do have the ability to hook something up, but that takes time to be able to get that generator here. It would cost their district hundreds of thousands of dollars if all the food were to spoil in there. Health and safety. Healthy HVAC units have been talked about ever since COVID was around. And we know that this is a very critical item and a very needed item in our schools. We're happy to just keep moving forward with providing as much tempered air in our schools as we can. So this is a very hot item for us. Alarm and systems at all schools. It's intrusion, so if you've ever been into a building, you might walk through the building out here and you see a little light come on, there might be a little device in the corner, and what that is that if somebody were to come in the door, it would actually alert them that someone's in the building. Even if the door alarm doesn't go off, the intrusion alarm would let our safety services and police know that someone's in our building that doesn't need to be there, so we can react more appropriately. Accessible and inclusive playground. I'm not going to talk anymore about this one because I tell you what, I'm a huge proponent. This is a need for the district. We need to have a piece of inclusive equipment at every one of our playgrounds. As a matter of fact, Superintendent Vella and I were at Park Orchard a few years ago when a couple of Seahawk players donated a piece of inclusive equipment, and we were happy to be there, and it was a great time. Entrance additions for access control, again, to keep our buildings safe, keep our students, staff, and community safe while they're in there. Vestibules have been a tried and true testament of what we can do with buildings. Currently, right now, the buildings that do not have vestibules have what's called an AI phone. So our tech team and our technology team and our safety team have had those installed. So you go up to the door, it's locked, of course, push a button, there's a video bell, you can talk to someone inside, and then that can release the door, or sometimes they will come out and let you in. Again, just like Kyle had said about administrative costs, we can't do this without some people working here. The capital facilities team has only had 5 people working in it since I've been here for 7 years. There are districts out there that have 27 people working in their capital projects team, and there are districts that only have 2. The district that has 2 people hires project management along with their projects. So any project that they do, they hire a project manager to start and finish the job, which separates the actual owner's rep from the project. We here in Kent keep all owner's rep at the project level. So it's either myself at this point in time, Brett Scribner, our Assistant Director of Capital Projects, or Michael Corelli, who's a small works planner. The 3 of us are in every single meeting that happens in every single project. So we are not removed from those. Again, contingency is based on a lot of different things. What happens if you dig into the ground and you find something you're not supposed to find? Well, I can tell you that's happened to me almost every single job we've ever dug in this district. It happens, and that's why we build in some contingency. The multi-year plan of a potential increased cost moving forward, so that's escalation. And we've already included that in some of our midline pricing for some of the buckets that we already have. And then it covers any unforeseen expenses when modernizing updated school facilities. And at this point in time, I think I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rarick.
Good evening, board members. It's my pleasure to share 4 summary slides on the projected financial impact. You've seen these slides, and they're almost identical to what we talked through. The only change is that the final assessed value information came from the county, so in some cases, the tax rate changed by a few cents. But these are the same slides you saw before. The first slide is looking at the actual tax rate. The next slide will look at tax amounts. And so this shows basically within a few cents a flat tax rate. And you can see the effects of the failed capital levy and bond in calendar year 2024 because you see a dip there. And then you'll see that on the next slide as well in the tax amounts, where 2024 obviously from a tax amount standpoint dips. And then what calendar year 25, 26, and 27 do is essentially try to kind of resume the levels that were present in 2023 plus inflation. So if you used calendar year 23 as your basis and calculated out to 2027 and you average that out per year, you'd come to a 3.75% increase per year if you averaged it out. So this slide does what a lot of citizens ask for, which is to, hey, give me a sense of what this would mean for a citizen homeowner, okay? Now, to be really clear, this slide looks at the totality of the taxes of the district, and then I'll give you some specific information about just the capital and technology levy portion, okay? So this takes, according to Zillow, the average home sale price last year was $610,000. So we just used that. And if you applied the projected tax rate for the period of this levy, these are the amounts that you would see for calendar years 25 through 27. But remember, that's for all of the colors of the graph, right? We're actually concerning ourselves just with the green portion, which that's the levy before you this evening, is the capital and technology levy. So for clarity, the capital and technology levy portion of this is about $30 of that $100 increase that you see from calendar year 25 to calendar 26, about a third in essence. And that's what you're voting on this evening, is the authorization of that green portion. But citizens have told us that they want to see the totality of the tax situation, so that's what this attempts to do. This final slide is purely reference, and it's just provided because occasionally we get calls to have people want to see all of our assumptions that underlie the levy. But that completes my portion of the presentation, unless you have questions for me.
Questions? Director Cook, any questions?
Oh, no, thank you.
No questions. Okay, so we move on to public hearing for 7.01, resolution number 1665, capital projects and technical replacement levy. We have one video comment, but we have in-person comments that we will do first.
Want to open the...
I think we do comments first, and we'll open it up. Yep. Okay. So first, Allison Johnson. Okay, I'm sorry. We do open up comments first. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Okay. I had 2 people tell me, and I did it wrong. My apologies. Okay, so I am asking for the board to make a motion.
I would like to make a privileged motion to discuss and vote on reimbursement for legal fees I have incurred over the last 3 weeks due to potentially illegal, improper actions. I believe these actions to have been directed by the superintendent and supported by the 3 board members in leadership positions on the Kent School District Board. I believe the following to have occurred. There have been multiple improperly noticed executive sessions. The superintendent and 3 board directors tried to reach consensus on a resolution prior to providing this information to the public as is required. The full board, at the direction of the superintendent, have potentially been doing the public's work in private. A full investigation is called for with external legal counsel chosen and appointed by our board of directors. An unfair labor practice was committed by our board president during one of our meetings. So that was what I would like to have motion. Do I have a second?
I second this.
Discussion?
Madam Chair, I don't even know if that's in order.
It's not in order.
Could we
Mr.
have,
Clerk, I'd like to have Mr. Brockbold to come to the podium.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, the question is whether this particular motion can go forward at this time, given the second. The answer is procedurally no, because technically it should be preceded by a motion to amend the agenda. To my knowledge, this is not on the agenda.
Can I make a point on that? I requested a privileged motion, which doesn't even require a second and also can be done at any time.
Okay, not sure about that. I'd have to take a look, but
Thank you.
but at this point, you've got a motion and a second, and you can dispose of it as you wish, and then take it up procedurally, as I suggest, another motion to amend the agenda.
let me understand, for parliamentary procedure, you're suggesting that we, since it's been motioned and seconded, discussion's been opened, that we move towards voting on the motion that's ahead, or do we have to go back and amend the agenda first?
Well,
if there's a motion to amend the agenda?
It's up to the chair. And it really is up to the chair whether you want to entertain that motion. My suggestion is that it needs to be preceded by a motion to amend the agenda. It's not necessarily a privileged motion that supersedes the normal order of things where you would have an agenda and then have to have an agenda amendment in order to hear this. I'm not aware of any authority that allows for that. So my suggestion is that this be amended to include the necessary motion to amend the agenda to allow the substantive motion before a vote on the substantive motion is made.
Okay.
It's a gobbledygook in a way, but the fact is, at the beginning of the meeting, the board secretary asked if there was going to be any amendments. There was no response in the middle of the meeting. Now there is an amendment which was not noticed.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been appropriate to bring that up at that time, and it was not.
It was only asked of the superintendent, not of the board.
The board was also not made aware of any changes.
Nonetheless, there's been no amendment to the agenda.
Yes.
So,
under advisement of council, we've been suggested in our parliamentarian that we amend the motion to allow for an amendment to the agenda to allow for this motion to go forward. Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to amend our, our agenda to add this.
Is there a second?
I second.
Open for discussion on amending the agenda.
It makes no sense for us to amend the agenda when the opportunity was given earlier and not was mentioned any of it. Plus, this could have been brought several times before this meeting, and throughout this week, there could have been communication to the board president and let the board president know that we should be amending the agenda for this specific item. None of that was done, so it seems to me it's just I don't want to use the word surprise, but it's a surprise to me that somehow a director comes and has a privilege motion to multitude of accusations that I don't see the merit of it. So I don't think we should amend the agenda.
I would like to say that I do not believe it appropriate that the board directors in question that I named here, which would be the 3 leadership positions, should be choosing whether or not we move forward on this motion.
I personally have no issue with moving forward on this agenda. I think that we have an opportunity to add it to the agenda at this time. There is a policy in place by how we do it that, correct, Vice President Farah, that was not followed. And we can move forward, at least in amending the agenda at this time to add it. Director Clark, Director Song, any discussion?
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear and discuss more about the purpose, reasoning behind Director Cook's motion to address this.
Okay. Director Clark?
This is just out of order, period.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none further, a motion has been made to add an agenda item that was previously discussed. All those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against, raise your right hand and say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it, motion passes. So the motion on the table that was previously approved and seconded was to reimburse Director Cook for his legal fees. Would you like to, could you please again succinctly make the title and then add into the discussion later? Since it's been there, I want to make sure that we have a motion on the floor.
Okay. So I move to discuss and vote on reimbursement for legal fees I have incurred over the last 3 weeks.
So the motion on the floor is to approve. Is that would be the appropriate way for parliamentary procedure. So the motion is to approve to have your personal legal fees that you've incurred over the last several weeks be compensated for by Kent School District.
That is correct.
Just because of the changing of the wording, I'm going to go ahead and that's the motion on the floor. I'm going to go ahead and put it for a second, just because we have a specific wording of it. Is there a second to that motion on the floor?
I second that.
With the motion being made and seconded, I open it for discussion.
It's absolutely crazy for us to, as a taxpayer, which I have the right, not as a board director, as a taxpayer, I should not be paying a private person who went out and got illegal their fees. We're not in the business of paying everybody's legal fee. I apologize, but it's crazy that we're entertaining this. And it's just because of this person. It sounds to me Director Cook is now trying to create this atmosphere for us to speak to this issue. And I don't really think it is healthy for the kids that are in this audience to see us behave such a way. I don't understand how much this district take of this kind of toxic environment.
I guess my question is, were there any additional legal fees that were paid or introduced by the Kent School Board outside of Director Cook? Was there any other, I guess, attorneys or legal supports or consultations that the school district had paid for that might have instructed Director Cook to assign his own counsel?
I think I would allow Mr. Brockwell to speak, our legal counsel to speak to that clarity on the question, and then he can answer.
Thank you, Superintendent Vela. Madam President. Director Song, I think your question was, did the district hire an attorney that may have necessitated Director Cook's hiring of his own attorney? Is that what
That's accurate.
Okay. The discussion about the district's legal work is privileged. And Further discussion about this without a formal motion to waive that privilege, seconded and voted by at least 3, would be inappropriate. That's just as a matter of caution, I don't want to inadvertently have a discussion about what an attorney did or said while in the course and scope of his advisement to this board. That really ought not to be discussed in public.
With that statement, can we make inferences that there might have been a legal proceeding or any kind of involvement from outside counsel, if that's even being presented to the board as an option?
I don't know what inference any one of you or the members of the public might draw from that. I can't speak to that. I don't know what people would think of that. But people hire lawyers if they believe they need them. The district is a municipal corporation, political subdivision of the Washington State. It's controlled by Article 8, Section 7 of the Constitution of this state that prohibits gifts of public funds. And if there are attorney's fees that are being paid out, it would have to be in the interest of the municipal corporation, not an individual, generally speaking.
And who decides that?
Courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckbold.
Any additional comments? I guess my comment on this one would be, it is not the position of the board or KSD to disprove and pay someone to disprove somebody's beliefs as wild or not wild as they may be. That is not up to the district to pay for somebody else to, it is not our responsibility to pay for that. And so if whatever beliefs somebody may have, and they're as mild and wild as those might be, the district, it's not our responsibility nor our payment to have to disprove that or pay for it. So that is not how the legal system works on this.
I guess my comment for, I guess, across equity and transparency to, especially those who are here in the room, streaming live right now, I would like to make the motion then that
We're in the middle of a motion, so you can make a motion if you are changing this motion. If you would like to make a motion that's outside of changing this motion, we need to finish the voting on this. You would need to make a motion to amend the agenda, and then we could make an emotion. So how agendas are set, so we can have proper disclosure. So just giving the process on this one. You're welcome to do it, but we would need to open this up for voting first, unless it's a change or an amendment to this exact motion.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Am I able to move to table this until we're finished with Director Song's request?
You can make a motion to table this, and that will come up for vote. And well, first it'd need to be seconded, and then we could have discussion on that.
I motion to table this until after Director Song has addressed his questions.
Is there a second?
I second that.
This is open for discussion. I suggest that we move forward and vote on the motion tonight as it's presented.
I agree.
I also agree.
Again, my tabling of this is not to go to another date, just to do it after Director Song has finished what he requested there.
Still going to vote for it. We're going to vote for it.
I'm sorry, what specifically, I just want to make sure that there's an understanding of what is the time period that you're being asked for it to be tabled until?
Until Director Song has had a chance to explain his motion, provide that motion if he chooses to, and then completion of that work, then go back to this.
So again, does the motion that you have to do with this specific
Yeah, I wanted to follow up and follow the proceedings outlined by our council.
I'm sorry, could you say that for me one more time?
Yeah, following through and going through with the advice of the council.
And what was that advice?
Making the motion to waive that privilege information from the closed session.
You were making a motion to waive client-attorney privilege?
Correct.
Okay. I think that that actually has to do with this one. Let's go ahead and put it up for a motion.
I make the motion to waive our client's attorney privilege.
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion?
This is absolutely inappropriate.
Absolutely.
President Margell, if I may, keep that last amendment. Mr. Brockvogel, would you please? Yep.
I'm sorry to interrupt the flow. The motion, you have to be cautious about your motion. You can waive attorney-client privilege inadvertently as to many, many things by the way you phrased that. So in the discussion, I would encourage you to try to find out the parameters of that waiver. Is it what it's related to, if you could narrow it down to meetings and that kind of thing.
Okay. So should I remake that motion then?
It's up to the board chair, but I would just caution the board in general, if you're going to entertain this in a discussion, find out the parameters of the motion, and then if it needs to be amended, perhaps do it at that time.
Are there specific parameters in which the attorney-client privilege is being asked? My assumption was that it was about a particular meeting.
Yes, the parameters are just to release information or share information of whether or not the Kent School District had hired or retained or maintained outside legal counsel or consultation that might have had any relationships to the reasons why Director Cook might have also retained his attorney, just so we can have this equitable and transparent conversation.
So since we don't know why Director Cook maintained his being able to disclose anything that happened under attorney-client privilege, that would be opening up the district to risk. I also know that I have a fiduciary responsibility to protect this district, as all of us do on this dais, for protecting this district against risk. And more than anything, I have a responsibility to every single taxpayer to make sure that we are not unnecessarily exposing this district and everybody that's employed by it or students of it and pay into it through taxes. That would be my...
No, I hear that. I guess just my general comment is, as the fiduciary duty, if our district is engaging in additional legal consult and counsel attainment, I feel like that's a direct involvement of the community and myself as a taxpayer involved in that. I'd also want to know, why is the district spending money on an attorney? And I'd like to open that up for discussion.
I'm deeply troubled by that.
I literally.
Can you explain why?
Tim?
It is the process by how the board of directors does their business. There are procedures, there are policies in place to govern that, and you're basically sidestepping all of that for your convenience.
I don't know that it would be for convenience. That, when you look at the Open Public Meetings Act, that allows us to go into executive session. Executive session is narrow in scope, in specific ways that we are able to go into an executive session, and essentially everything else is supposed to be in public. And if something happens in executive session that is improper or illegal, we as board members are to bring that directly to the public so it can be addressed and handled.
100% agree. That's why I feel very confident about this vote. So I'm going to go ahead and move this to a vote. All those in favor of waiving attorney-client privilege on the district obtaining counsel for anything having to do with why Director Cook may have received counsel. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those against say nay.
Nay.
Nay. The motion fails. We move to the next motion, which is, the one above that was the motion to,
Do you want me to say it again?
yes, please, that would be great.
A motion to discuss, or I guess, a
Motion
motion
to
to approve reimbursement for legal fees I've incurred over the last 3 weeks.
And
Do we need
I
to
feel-
second it? Or-
no, it's already been seconded, so we've already had discussion. I'm going to go ahead and move
President
forward.
Margell, if I just may, for the numbering purposes, this would be 701, I believe, Mr. Brockvogel.
Correct.
So just, if you just name that, so that, yeah.
So 701? Thank you. There,
Let me check with Mr. Brockvogel, I believe that's true.
Is it,
In other words, it becomes, since it was entertained?
For our record, 701. Right.
And Andy's, would that just be 702, since we split up, went to that and then came back, or?
I think so. Yeah, there's no statute on that kind of thing, but you're right, it's good to keep track of it, so yeah.
Keep track.
thank you. Okay, there is a motion on the floor that has been put out there, and a motion, and it has been seconded, calling for a vote on,
But I wanted to still discuss, if that's okay? Am I able to do so?
yes, go ahead.
I would like to say I have been working diligently with the Kent School District Administration as well as my fellow board directors since my swearing in on December 13th. I gave all of them the benefit of the doubt that this would truly be the collaborative group they said it would be from the beginning. Unfortunately, this same courtesy is lacking by either the existing board directors or the superintendent's office. These struggles have been weighing on me greatly as I tried to complete my duties in accordance with my guiding principles of integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all I do. These are the principles I learned while serving my country as an airman in the United States Air Force and continue to guide me here at KSD. Our district's administration, with no board approval or oversight, created Resolution 1663, approved by my fellow board members during our previous regular board meeting. When I inquired as to what the cost savings would be, our own president said this was just the start of the process, and as such, there would be no expectation of cost savings information provided by the board secretary. In the days following our public board meeting, I find 22 of our district office staff members were sent communications informing them of their impending job loss approved by my fellow board members the previous evening. I feel completely misled by my fellow board members, the board president in particular, and our district leadership team. The board was not consulted before an email was sent to central office staff on Friday, January 19th, 2024, nor were any board members consulted prior to our district leadership team retaining legal counsel to craft Resolution 1663. The board president was merely informed of the work done in our name. District administrators even went so far as to meet with building administrators, also known as our principals, to tell them of the planned additional workload to be placed on them due to the positions being cut. The severe lack of leadership provided by those board directors holding leadership roles is unconscionable. This is no way to collaborate. I am gravely disappointed with how I've been treated so far by both the existing board members and district leadership, and I will no longer be providing the benefit of the doubt to those who have misled me and the community I was elected to serve. I still hold out hope that this board will truly collaborate with me toward a brighter future, and I will gladly support them in doing so. Correcting the course this district has been on may take longer than anticipated, but I will serve my community to the best of my ability, no matter the obstacles placed before me, for as long as I am provided the opportunity to do so by the voters of the Kent School District. There have been rumors spread about my ability to properly support KSD in this role. These rumors are patently false. With respect to my role as a board director, what is required by law has already been said. My spouse teaches in KSD. I must abstain from voting on the collective bargaining agreement between the Kent School District and the Kent Education Association. According to the Washington State School Directors Association, it is advisable to refrain from influencing the discussions of the same. I have already publicly, multiple times, committed to doing so. My intent is to act ethically and transparently, and I ask that anyone who thinks otherwise takes the time to speak to me about their concerns. I try to be as open as I can and would be happy to chat. I do not intend to abandon my responsibility to the district or my community. I will always listen to the conversations being held as much as my time permits. However, to avoid any appearance of impropriety, I will not provide my input on those matters, and I certainly will not be voting on KEA's collective bargaining agreement. This is not only my personal opinion, but that of WASDA, whom I spoke with recently to confirm their guidance has not changed. The legislature has provided an exemption for spouses of employees in school districts to serve as elected officials in the role of school board directors. It is not reasonable to recognize that such an exception exists, yet conclude that the legislature intended to remove those board directors from their responsibilities separate and apart from their spouse's contract. Anyone claiming elsewise is ignoring the intent of the Washington State Legislature in approving the exemption that applies to board directors with a spouse employed by their school district. In closing, I am 100% committed to providing the guidance and oversight desperately needed here at KSD. I hope my fellow board members will one day join me in this, as they've sworn an oath to do. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
You know, I mean, when we decided to serve this role, we've decided to be the community's voice. And I am always appalled by an individual director wanting to bring their own personal agenda and thinking that they can bully us to accept their way of governing. There is no gray area in this. We serve the community, and we're a fiduciary for this district. We have parliamentarian rules that we have to follow. We will always have the ability to think and make sure that we are making decisions according to what is legal and what is right for the community. We cannot continuously have individual board directors get elected and bring their own personal agenda and then come on and say their own facts. Someone is entitled to their own opinion, but they're not entitled to their own facts. These are not some things that you just come on and bring in. We are here to serve the community. And for the community to see us behave this way is shame. It is absolutely shame. And we're supposed to be acting the adults. What we do here trickles down to the classroom. I said this many times on this dais. We have to be better. We have to behave better. So we can tell our kids, this is how you govern, this is what you should be thinking. Instead, every single time we come to a meeting, we end up dealing with this. We're being elected to think big, change big, change the trajectory of kids that are not even born. How can we do that when we don't even have the brain, we don't even have enough brain to think that way because we're dealing with minuscule stuff. We can't think big. Our head is not open to that because we're dealing with minuscule stuff. And it is very sad for me, after I've been elected, this is what we are actually dealing with. And I thought that I could come up and think about what can be done to change the trajectory of our district. How can we do that? It's shame. It is absolute, and I'm ashamed to be on this dais. It is very sad that I have to serve with people that bring this dais their own personal agenda so that they can further themselves. It is very shameful, and I'm sorry for the kids tonight to see this. I apologize to you. Please accept my apology.
A couple times tonight, I've heard the statements of the behaviors of the board. We had a director who felt like their rights and privileges were violated. Just like with any other board member on here, if anybody or any individual felt like they were being mistreated or wronged, I would feel inclined to support that individual to have that space, have that opportunity to speak. So I guess I would like clarification on what the board behavior is that the other board members have reference to, because so far there's only been questions from me, and then I've heard 2 lectures so far from the other board director. So what specific behavior were you identifying?
Well, to begin with, obviously requesting public funds to run your private agenda is grossly inappropriate. And that's what was basically made in a motion.
Would you be amenable to us having a full investigation as to what went on, even if it's not
The
made
motion on the
public?
floor is to pay for your legal fees.
This is a discussion. I'm just asking him if he's amenable to an investigation. It's not, I'm not motioning anything. He doesn't have to answer me, obviously.
Yeah, again, I wanted to provide this opportunity so that we can have this discussion. Again, if anybody felt wrong or things were mismanaged or there was just a lapse in communication, again, I would think anybody up here and also in the audience should have the privilege to be able to speak, and so that we can have this dialogue. And I feel like that's something that I'm trying to engage in, but so far I've heard a lot of just demeaning statements, I'm ashamed, apologies, and so I guess for myself, I'm just looking for the clarification on what board behavior has been exemplified today that's resulted in those comments.
I think Director Clark gave a very specific one. Was there questions on that?
That wasn't a behavior, that was a request. So
So-
what board behavior is shameful?
So the behavior was what actually, I'm not going to speak for Director Clark. I will go ahead.
So number one, we have an agenda, we were following the agenda, and then for a personal agenda, you introduced a motion to try and change the process of what we're doing, opening an entire discussion that basically should not be held in public. And that, by the way, is by the policies of this board. So I'm troubled why I have to explain that, I guess, because it's inappropriate behavior.
Yeah, and I think everybody's entitled to their interpretation of events and the way that we process and perceive the experiences that are happening right now. Again, I just want to provide that opportunity and space for Director Cook to have the privilege to be able to share his side. I didn't think there was anything wrong with opening that dialogue. As soon as it was seconded by myself, I heard a lot of reactions, and I guess I'm just curious, what were the sources of those reactions outside of that? If we felt like one of our fellow board members was wronged, wouldn't we want to be here in solidarity and to support and to hear our fellow board member to better understand what it is that put them in this position where they felt like they needed to bring this to the dais for discussion? And so aside from just opinions and personal, I guess, summaries of each individual board member's perception of the question presented by Director Cook, I haven't really heard any collaborative discussion or questions asking Director Cook why he might have brought this forward. And so I guess that's what I'm trying to push for, is can we engage in some civil dialogue to truly understand where's Director Cook coming from?
I believe my reluctance to bring up some of this is due to the discussions happening during executive session and holding to the sanctity of attorney-client privilege and executive session. And so the things that are being discussed in there are not for public comment. And so, no.
No, thank you. And and that's part of this discourse.
Yeah.
So thank you for providing your input on that.
Yep.
My question is, I can state exactly why I decided to retain counsel, and it goes directly to what you just said, and our refusal, I guess, as a board, to remove privilege that we had with a lawyer. So that thing that was there, and we've already talked about that, is the reason for it. So it has to do with that, the fact that we had privilege in the first place.
So the idea is that we would be paying for individual that doesn't like the decision of the board.
The board can't decide things in executive session.
I don't think I said anything about executive session. I think what we just decided right now is not to waive executive privilege, and
I'm not suggesting we don't. I'm just telling you why I chose to retain counsel, which had to do with that.
so because we're unwilling to waive executive privilege,
Well, no, because of what was discussed, I guess, that related to that executive privilege, the privilege during executive session that you were saying that we aren't going to waive.
okay, so again, I'm not going to discuss what happened in executive session. That would be inappropriate.
I understand.
President Margill, just a reminder to name the item. I believe this one is.
We are at 7.01, that's the pending. The one that to waive executive privilege was 7.02. That one was voted on and did not pass. So we are still in pending 7.01.
Ready for vote.
Okay.
Yes.
Then I'd call for the question.
Hearing a call for the question, and a motion has been made and seconded for item number 7.01 to have Director Cook's personal legal fees paid. All those in favor say aye and raise your right hand.
Can I ask for a roll call vote?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Director Song?
Can somebody explain what a roll call vote is?
It's where we go individually, person by person, and you say up or down, basically, or aye or nay.
Okay. Oh, aye.
Director Cook?
Aye.
Director Clark?
Nay.
Director Farah?
Nay.
And myself, nay. The motion fails. We move on to item number 7.03, public hearing. Oh, we've moved it totally to 8 now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. We are at 8.01, resolution number 1665, capital projects and technology replacement levy. I'm going to make a motion first that we're going to go ahead and take a 3-minute recess. That means that we will be back at 8:48. And it sent out, changed a little bit here. So we are now at item 8.0, public hearing. We are at 8.01, resolution number 1665, capital projects and technology replacement levy. I'm asking for a motion to vote to open the public hearing.
I move that we open the public hearing for Resolution 1665.
With a motion on the floor, is there a second? Thank you. Motion has been made. Call for vote. All those in favor for opening discussion on the public hearing for 1665, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5 pass. The motion passes. Our public hearing is open. Do we have any student speakers? No. There's no student speakers on this. We will go to in-person comment first. The first person we have is Allison Johnson.
Yes.
I was going to say Happy Valentine's Day, but
you can still say
I'm still going to
still say it.
Good evening, President Margell and Superintendent Vela and the school board directors and Ms. Curry. My name is Allison Johnson. I am a community volunteer, and I have tried to advocate for the Kent School District students for probably 30 years. And I'm a homeowner within the Kent School District. I am asking the school board to please pass the resolution number 1665, capital projects and technology replacement levy. When my husband and I were looking at buying a house 37 years ago, we wanted to buy in the Kent School District. That was where we wanted to raise our kids and get involved in the community. We raised 3 kids from kindergarten through graduation in Kent schools. We have always voted yes for bonds and levies. Yes, our taxes may go up a little, but I have learned strong schools equal strong communities. If these levies do not pass this April, I know there will be cuts in programs and staff. Do we really want that? I don't. Even though my kids are out of school, I do worry about the students and families within our district. I want them to have the opportunities my kids had. Sports, music, drama, photography, etc. With failed levies and bonds, it can take the community 10 years to improve. Passing this resolution has to be the highest concern for our community and district. I encourage those who have questions to please reach out to committee members of the Citizens for Kent Schools to get accurate information. Or reach out to Kent School District Administration to get their answered. Strong schools equal strong communities. Thank you for all you do. I do really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Our next comment is for Patricia Weiler.
Happy Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day. Okay. Thank you, Kent School District, for being here tonight and giving your time to be with all of us. Thank you. Members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry, staff, and our amazing community, thank you for allowing me to speak about the capital levy and why I am here in full support of this levy. I will start by quoting Dr. Martin Luther King. The task is not done. The journey is not complete. We can and we must do more. The we in this quote refers not only to district employees, it also includes us as parents and community members. I am a proud parent of 2 KSD students. One graduated last year and is currently serving in the United States Marine Corps. His ability to join this respected branch is a proven testimony that my Kent School District, this school district, is preparing all students for their futures as global citizens. My current student is attending the IB program at Kent Meridian High School and often comments on the rigorous curriculum. She actually enjoys it. But what she loves the most is the diversity of the school. Our school district welcomes everyone with open arms, meets our students where they are at, and puts in place the supports they need to succeed both in school and in life. Our diversity makes us a unique district, and from me, being actively a part of my children's education over the past 12 years, I have seen staff and district leadership go above and beyond their call of duty to provide a solid foundation and education for my kids and all students. In the past, I have had a few educational issues concerning my children and found no resistance in getting the support I needed to resolve those challenges. I was a district employee for more than 10 years. As a single mother of color raising my 2 children alone, the district was kind to me and helped me grow from a volunteer to becoming an office manager at one of the most diverse elementary schools in the district. Thank you, Kent School District, forever grateful. Becoming selected to the Kent School District Parent Group has allowed me to ask questions directly to leadership and get straight answers without hesitation. My most concerning thoughts revolve around the negative social media cloud that, from what I can see and read, is a handful of KSD parents and community members that do not understand the struggles people of color, single parents like me, and surely our immigrant and refugee families struggle with on a daily basis. I know this comment may not sit well with others, but I feel it needs to be said here today, as diversity, once again, is our greatest and most precious asset. In closing, and most importantly, it is time for all Kent voters to support this capital and technology levy. By not voting yes, our students, staff, and community would not have the most updated and inviting school facilities, as well as the essential classroom technology much needed. Please, make the right choice for our kids and staff and vote yes. Por favor, tomen la decisión correcta por todos nuestros estudiantes y personal docente. Votemos sí por las escuelas de Kent. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Barrios.
Well, that was interesting. My name is Jim Barrios. I'm a 31-year Kent resident, a parent of 3 students who graduated from KSD, one of which taught here in the Kent School District. And she went on to move to the state of Hawaii, where she is currently working for the state in an administration position for the state school district. So very impressed with where she's gone. And part of the reason why she's there, and I remember this clearly, her second day in Hawaii, because the first day she had to unpack clothes, second day she had to go and find a job. And she got that job in her first interview at the first public school that she went to. And you know why? Because she knew technology. The principal asked her, says, "Do you know how to use a whiteboard?" Krista, it's her name. She looked at the principal and said, "Are you kidding me?" Says, "This is how I teach." Thank you. This is how I teach. This is the only way I know how to teach. She went on to become the teacher for the teachers on technology in that school. And I am very frustrated to hear some of the comments that went on tonight, but I'm going to move on and give my presentation. I thought I only had 3 minutes, so I've been slashing this for 3 days, and now I'm glad I can cut loose a little bit. I am a past KSD board member and president. I'm a past KSD Community Levy Chair, a past Kent City Council member, a past longtime community business owner, and currently I'm the VP of a multi-million-dollar construction company located here in Kent. Kent is my home. And some of the, I get so emotional, and thank you for your presentation, because as you said it, I did this for the kids and the teachers. They need help, and I recognize that. And so, okay, I just got to gather myself, because that was a very frustrating session. Very frustrating. It was hijacked. I thought we were going straight into this presentation, and it was hijacked. And I'm sorry. I'm going to call it like it is. And I'm not upset with anybody up there, but it was hijacked, and I didn't understand it, and it should have been cut off.
We do need to keep the comments on.
Yes, I know. But you know what? I feel better. So I'm going to move forward. I came here to share a few thoughts on the importance of having Kent Community pass the proposed capital levy and technology replacement levy. We all know that the state does not fully fund education, and therefore we have to rely on our taxpayers to support the school district, kids, staff, and community through local levies. The fact is, the state is currently the state funding, and as Board Member Clark had pointed out, it's decreasing. The funds are decreasing, and that's not sustainable. And I say that from a business standpoint. Why do we need to pass these levies now? Because our students and staff deserve to learn with the latest technology in a warm and safe environment. With the failure of the November Capital and Technology Replacement Levy and the 2023 bond before that, there are critical repairs and improvements that have been delayed for a couple of years now that are quickly needing attention. The district is forced to run these levies again in April to try to get funding for these critical repairs and keep up with current technology for student learning. The capital project and technology levy would provide the majority, and this was shared with you, but I'm going to say it again, the majority of funding over the next 4 years for health and safety, critical repairs and improvements, and technology education, including what I was very proud of 19 years ago, and I'll share that with you, the continuation of the one-to-one student laptops and tablets. These devices need to be replaced every 4 years to keep up with the industry standards and prepare students for an increasingly digital world. Replacement levy. This levy is a replacement levy that allows the district to continue to maintain our ongoing capital improvements and repairs around the district. Having owned my own business, I had a building that was over 60 years old. And what happens to a building that old? The pipes start to go. The overhead pipes start to go. A lot of things start to fall apart. And in business, you have to plan ahead to take care of that. The gentleman that presented the IT needs, and he kept saying 20 to 25 years. Okay, some stuff don't even last that long. Depends on how much use they get. So this is very important, the replacement levy. 19 years ago, I was a campaign chair for the then capital bond and the $20 million technology levy. Now, that was a big ask to the community, $20 million technology levy. And with the support of the board and the community, we successfully passed those initiatives, successfully. And some of you were here during that time. I'm feeling real old right now, but yeah, well, you're old too, if you were here. So don't laugh.
Barrios, I do encourage you to, although
okay, I'm going. That's all you have to say. I'll keep going. Let's talk about levy costs. I understand tax sensitivity and rising property values. It was shared. But this measure is a replacement of a current levy. I know how much thought and planning has gone into which projects should be included in the levy. These projects are those that are the most essential. And I'm going to say it again, the most essential. And still, we're providing a stable tax rate. That's important for people to understand. You can't just let things get old without doing anything about it. The levy failure of this levy would mean significant changes in the education of our students, the education that they receive. And I don't know what you guys will do. I've been up there during challenging financial times, but this is huge because you're already dealing with another financial issue. And coupled with a failure, this is going to be a big deal. So please, I ask the board, please pass this resolution. I ask the taxpayers, and this is important, that are able to vote, to please vote yes to the Kent School District, to the kids and the educators. They deserve it. And I thank you for your time. And sorry for the antics or whatever you want to call it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Brooke Valentine.
Hi there, my name is Brooke Valentine. I thought it was a good day to come. I also am here to talk about the levy. And thank you so much, board member, superintendent, everyone here, for giving me the opportunity. And also thank you to the great voices that have come before me and stood at this podium, the students and those that'll come after. I do want to just tiny, smidgy, small point. The students that came about the Safe Walks to School, there is a program called Safe Routes to School. That's through the U.S. Department of Streets and Roads. They do a lot of grants. In fact, they have a grant cycle that's coming up that's going to be announced in February for like $8.3 billion to improve roads and streets. It has to be through community partnerships like urban planners at the city.
And I really ask that we keep the topic just to the to this item.
Thumbs up. All right, so my name is Brooke Valentine. I'm a parent of 2 grads in the Kent School District and a longtime homeowner. I'm here to show my support and ask you to pass the resolution for the levy. I'm gonna take a risk here and ask the collective you, the board, and everyone here, if you would be my Valentine. I know it's funny to ask, I know, but as a community member in this district, I feel like the relationship is similar. I don't always love the choices that you make. I'm often angry at the process and don't understand it and get confused. But just like my husband, my Valentine at home, I'm committed to the relationship. I'm committed to doing my part. I'm committed to investing in your success. I'm committed to showing up in other ways. But my favorite way, and a way that everyone in the community to do, is to vote yes to support our schools. Become involved, get involved, and show up. Remember, as the district, if you don't see the support and engagement from the community you're looking for, ask again. Ask another way. Reach out, provide more opportunities. With a district that is so diverse, you need to find different outlets to reach all the parents to get to show up and be more involved. I'm voting yes on the next levy, and on the next one, and on the next one, and on the next one. And I hope our community can also find their way to a yes vote and support our kids and our teachers and our schools. Thank you, and happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leslie Hamada.
Good evening, board members, President Margell. It's my pleasure to be here this evening. I was a little saddened to see the young boy, but it's been an interesting evening. I'm a resident and a taxpayer of the Kent School District. I rise to speak regarding this issue on the levy, the Capital Projects and Technology Replacement Levy. Strong schools make strong communities. If we are ever to preserve this great country and our democracy, we need an educated public through strong public schools. This country's public education system has been under attack, and our community needs to stand up to make sure our kids get what they need to be successful in life. What does that take? Involvement. And yes, money, taxes. I would like to call them investments. An investment in the future of our nation, our kids. Does our state need revamping of its funding model for school needs and buildings? Absolutely. But we, in this community, and the people that you've seen up here doing testimony, are people who have been active in this community. They've not only sat on boards, they've raised funds for not only schools, but this community has to do their part by supporting the needs of our particular schools and kids. You will never get a better system by banding the resources they need to survive, or not paying a going rate for people to run these schools, or educators to show up every day giving of themselves until, frankly, there is nothing they can give back to themselves. I speak to a teacher every day of 28 years. I know the toll on our schools today. I support this levy. I have worked on levies and bonds for many, many years. I have shown up in person when needs arose and stayed in the battle, not walking away because I cannot have control. I pay a lot of taxes. I also know many are struggling each day to make ends meet. And I do work each day, each week, with those struggling to meet their ends meet. I know there are avenues that King County has also set up to help those that have trouble paying their taxes and need reduced taxes. We all pay property taxes, even those who rent. There are some programs set up by the assessor's office that can help, again, face those people and face those people who have trouble with their rent and their taxes. I have been in the classrooms that need air conditioning on days when it was unbearable. I have received the emails when this district had security issues. We need safe schools. I have toured our centralized security cameras to monitor all our schools. I see the improvement in children when they have entered the school more prepared through preschool programs. And new sports fields may sound like glitz, but Mill Creek deserves it. And it is a safety issue. And when kids are active, they are healthier and they perform better mentally. I have been an advocate all my life for change, but I also got involved and pushed for needed issues. And I did not walk away when the going got tough. Yes, we always need to be good stewards of our taxpayers' dollars, but taking resources away from our kids is never the answer. And I just might want to say, I tried to get an exact dollar amount using my taxes and the percentage of this particular levy of that. It's kind of hard because mine is broken down by all our local levies. But I think if I personally had to sacrifice some $5 really or $6, $7 really nice Starbucks levies for a month, quite a few of them, quite frankly, every month I could pay these taxes every month, and it really wouldn't be hurting me that much. So think about that. Do we need tons of fancy levies or lattes every week? Do we need to go out? I'd probably say one night for my husband and I to go out to dinner to Applebee's, which is not a real expensive restaurant, that I could do without to give this for our kids. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We have one online comment.
Yes, Ms. Intello could come up.
is Joe Riley, and I'm here to talk about the capital levy resolution that's on the agenda tonight. Albert Einstein famously defined insanity as doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. I don't know how else to describe the levy resolution that is in front of you tonight. This is not version 2 of the capital levy, it's version 3 of the failed bond, and the differences between them are almost insulting to the community. After the 2023 bond failed in April, the district sent out a survey to gather feedback on the failure, and a new levy was proposed instead. The district claimed it was a smaller ask, but the tax burden on the community per year was the same. The primary reason for the levy was that it only requires a 50% approval threshold compared to the 60% for a bond, and this was publicly stated both by board members and district leaders. The district would rather move the goalpost than change their behaviors to gain more support. On January 31st, the district presented the results of yet another survey after the failed levy in November. Instead of making changes to the levy, the district instead blamed the voters for low turnout, an inability to turn over the ballot, and not understanding the projects. They stated they have no idea how to be more transparent and that the community is not offering examples. Every concern from the survey was written off and ignored. The new levy is again targeting the exact same amount of funding, which means voters are voting on the same tax amount as they have now twice rejected. The district also stated that, quote, "It's nice to see big numbers," end quote, when viewing the $154 million ask for capital funding. The district is now claiming Mill Creek's field will get top priority, but Kent Ridge, which was a top priority as recently as October, was not mentioned at all. The district's bar of success here is a single vote over 50%, which is an atrociously low bar. The community is being ignored, and the district continues to ask for the same funding in the hopes that one of these times it will pass. If you really want KSD to thrive, you need the community to support you, and the rejection of a bond and a levy should tell you that they don't. Think carefully about this new levy proposal, because you aren't going to convince voters by sending more emails or cutting jobs. You need clear, meaningful changes, and you need to do it fast. Thank you.
Okay, all public hearing comments have been heard. I'm asking for a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close.
Second?
Hearing a motion to close the public hearing on item 8.01. All those in favor say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. All the, that's 5 in the affirmative, the motion passes. We are now on item number 9.0, Resolution 1665, Capital Projects and Technology Replacement Levy. I am asking for the board member to make a motion.
Move to approve Resolution 1665, Capital Projects and Technology Replacement Levy.
Second?
A motion has been made to approve Resolution number 1665, Capital Projects and Technology Replacement Levy. I open the board to discussion or questions. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just going to use the technology part just to focus in. The point behind the public school education system in this district has been identified up here, successfully preparing students for their futures. And in a digital age, the ability to deal with the machinery and technology, the skill development is absolutely critical in basically looking forward to a sustainable future. So what we're doing is trying to deliver what we're saying we are doing, but the fact is we are not completely financed by the state. And so we are going to the voters and basically saying, look, our one-to-one laptop program puts a computer in the hands of every kid. Once we start that process, we are basically taking it into the classroom and transforming how we teach, how we adapt. The one thing that stuck in my mind when I looked up there was, besides computers, adaptive technology. trying to empower teachers so that they can reach kids in the particular perspective that they're at. And if that means basically creating a hearing system so that the teacher can have their voice projected, it requires money, but it's, of course, creating equity in the classroom. And the fact is, staff is, of course, the cornerstone of everything that gets done. And updating of technology requires, among other things, more training, more introduction in terms of lesson plans and how you reach kids. All these things are dependent on the technology of today. It is a replacement levy, and we need it. Thank you.
Yeah, I also just wanted to make a comment advocating for this as well. I think my position on the board that sets me apart is I really want to speak on behalf of, I guess, my millennial generation of individuals who don't have kids, who are homeowners, who are taxpayers within this community, and the importance of understanding and acknowledging that there's a lot of collateral effects that happens within our economy when we fail to vote for bonds such as this to promote equity, inclusion, and also the advancements within education. Synonymously, what we've done during my time over at Seattle Children's is we ran into a lot of similarities in terms of different policies and procedures being introduced and blocked without understanding what some of those collateral effects look like. For example, hospitalization rates are out of this world right now. And when we think about spending the money for things like mental health supports in the community, it seems like a really large number. But what we fail to acknowledge is that without those services in the community, more mental health patients are going to the emergency room beds. Now, if your child broke their arm, had a heart attack, had an allergic reaction, those wait times are going to be extended because those beds are occupied. Similarly to our situation, if we don't invest in the educational improvements and advancements, individuals like myself who are younger, who don't have kids yet, but exist in this world of not acknowledging what it's like to either not vote or vote no for these levies because of the scare tactics that we see of the word taxes. Taxes is a word that's very stigmatizing. But when we look at it from a greater perspective, we need to acknowledge that with educational improvements, we help society grow, not financially, but also educationally. We provide additional supports, and we help kids and their families improve multiple aspects of their lives. And for that purpose, I really want to also advocate from individuals coming from my perspective to also share in that vision and that understanding that yes, this is going to increase our property taxes, but at the same time, this is also going to be a long-term gain for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I do have one question, if I may. We lost ESSER funds. And we know because of that, we've had resolutions about what that's going to look like within the staffing of the district. If we pass this levy, does that all go away? What happens if we don't? What does that look like?
I'll answer the first part of that. This is separate from that challenge. That challenge, I think we've reported on that challenge for the last 2 years. That challenge is still here, regardless. This piece adds additional challenges to us, as we heard tonight. I don't know if that's enough. I could have someone come in and speak more specifically to those challenges, but just to note that those are two separate challenges. One does not delineate, mean that the ESSER challenges, that's going to still be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for making sure that that was out there and very clear. I have no other questions.
I guess the other thing is to follow up with what the comment was from one of our audience members, Ms. Leslie Hamada. It's like 300 and something Frappuccinos, and I think we would be able to get by if we were able to just push one of those aside per month to help advance and fund this levy.
Sorry, now I'm thinking about Frappuccinos. So with no other discussion, the motion's on the floor to approve Resolution 1665, Capital Projects and Technology Levy. We're moving this to a vote. All those in favor say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
5-0, the motion passes. We're moving on to item number 9.02, the Pro-Con Committee appointment for Resolution 1665, Capital Projects and Technology Replacement Levy. Do I hear a motion from the, I'm sorry, give me just 1 second. Do I hear a motion from the board?
I move that we approve the Pro-Con Committee appointment for Resolution 1665, Capital Projects and Technology Replacement Levy.
Second.
Hearing a motion and second, we're going to open discussion. As we open discussion, I have a narrative to read. Bear with me and I read fast. Agenda items. In the event the board adopts Resolution 1663, the law contemplates appointment of 2 committees in connection therewith in the case not later than February 23rd, 2024. One committee should be comprised of individuals known by the board of directors to be in favor of the measure, and the other made up of those known by the board to oppose such a measure. Those committees are then required to submit statements to elections officials to be published in the voter's pamphlet. The law contemplates appointment of 2 committees in connection with approval of Resolution 1663 in the case not later than February 23rd, 2024. Pro and con committees consist of members of the public who commit to write a statement either in favor of or in opposition to a ballot measure for publication in the voter's pamphlet. Each committee is limited to 3 members. In the alternative, the board may refrain from appointing individuals to either or both committees, in which case the county auditor may choose to make such appointments if possible. If the board of directors decides to appoint members to the committees, it is recommended the appointment process follow the roll call vote nomination process typically used for the annual appointment of director offices. Proposed pro-committee members: 1, Bill Boyce, former Kent School District Board Director and current Kent City Council member. Number 2, Dana Ralph, Mayor, City of Kent. Number 3, Jeff Wagner, Mayor, City of Covington. Proposed con committee members: Joseph Riley. Number 2, Sean Bettinger. Board goals: Goal 1, preparing students to be global citizens. Goal 2, expanding the student, family, and community partnerships. Goal 3, building equitable systems in school environments. Goal 4, invest in a diverse workforce and inclusive work cultures. Budget implications. The projected revenue from each ballot measure, should it succeed, is shown in the following chart. The capital and tech levy, 3 years. Calendar year 2025, $60.9 million. Calendar year 2026, $63.4 million. Calendar year 2027, $65.9 million. Recommendation. Staff recommendations: appointment of committee members to advocate for and against the measure, also known as the pro-con committees. Okay. Do I have a nomination for members of the pro committee?
Actually, Madam Chair, the motion that he made was to accept the respective committees. So he encased all of it, both pro and con.
That does make sense. Through parliamentary procedure, we've been told that it is best to use a roll call vote. And so while I hear that, I would like to follow parliamentary procedure on this one of having a roll call vote.
May I make an inquiry of my colleagues? Does anybody object to simply dealing with them as a complete group?
I have no objections.
I have no objections.
Then you can skip that and go ahead
Well, let
and
me
take the
ask.
motion.
Do you have an objection?
No objection.
Okay. So right now we have a slate of pro committee members listed as Bill Boyce, former Kent School District Board Director and current Kent City Council member; Dana Ralph, Mayor, City of Kent; Jeff Wagner, Mayor, City of Covington. We have closed the nominations for that. Let's do a slate approval of the pro committee as proposed. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, the motion passes. We have a proposed slate for con committee members: Joseph Riley, Sean Bettinger. Nominations have closed for that. A motion to, or a vote to approve the con slate as proposed. All those in favor say aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. The con committee slate as presented has been approved. We are now moving on to 10.0. This is the consent agenda. I will ask if there is any items that would like to be pulled.
Move to pull 911.
I'm sorry, Director Clark, is that 1011?
10-11. Yeah, he means 10-11.
Oh, I'm reading
He
the
means
chart.
10-11.
Because we have changed the numerical.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Anyway, yes, yes.
1011. Is there another item that would request be pulled?
Are we able to ask questions of the people involved?
Only if we pull an item.
Okay, can I pull, which one is it? The 9.07?
Oh,
Do you mean 10.07?
10.07,
Yeah,
sorry.
right.
The networking cabling?
Yes.
Great. Any other items to be pulled? Is there a motion to
If I
approve?
can, I'd move to approve consent calendar items 901 and to 912 minus 907 and 1001 to 1012 minus 1007 and minus 1011.
I second.
There's a motion to approve consent agendas 10.01 through 10.12, excluding items 10.07 and 10.11. All those in favor, raise your right hand and said aye.
Aye.
5-0, the motion passes. Is there a motion for item number 10.07?
I motion that we approve agenda item 10.07.
Second.
The motion has been approved and seconded. We are open for discussion.
Superintendent Bello, I would like to speak to some of the information that was provided here.
Sure.
Do you have information regarding the choice of the different bids that were provided?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and have, Kyle, do you want to come on up and? So you just want some additional information, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
just looking for additional
Absolutely.
information. Hi there. How are you doing tonight?
Good, thank you.
That's good. So in looking at this, I noticed that we have 3 different bids, but they're pretty big differences in what the costs were. Do you know what led to that?
Yeah, we were super surprised as we were opening the bids, right? We had, I think, 9 different contractors show up for the job walk, and 3 contractors gave bids. And when we opened the bids, we were shocked, right? So we obviously inquired a little bit into that, right?
Yeah.
The proposed winner, Skyline Communications, basically told us they came in super aggressive because they wanted the jobs. They bid at least 10% underneath what they normally would.
I see.
It just lined up really well with all of their jobs ending right when our jobs were starting. But they were still like, double the price. Like they were scratching their head. So they left scratching their head a little bit. And so we called them and said, can you stand behind your bid? And we actually had them come in the next morning. And they said, we went over this bid all night long. We feel very solid about it. And we said, well, how about you feel more solid about it? Go and walk the schools again for another 5 or 6 hours. And they agreed and thought that was a good idea. They had another estimator come in and estimate it completely separate from their other estimator. And when they came back, they said, things might be a little bit tighter than we thought, but it's still within the doings that we want to do this job. And so on top of that, we hired BCE Engineering to put the specifications of the project plan together, all the drawings, and they gave us a separate engineering estimate. And the low bid, Skyline Communications, is within 15% of the engineering estimate. So it gives us a little bit more confidence.
Yeah.
Right? So we're just super excited that we got that bid.
Yeah.
And super hopeful that, things will work out really well.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I know I had looked at it and I was kind of confused because, seeing
Absolutely.
something that's more than double the cost, I was like, how is it possible that they're so much lower? But that sounds really good, though.
One last thing I want to note, too, is
Yeah.
at least one of the other contractors was going to use a subcontractor, and then that subcontractor was going to use another subcontractor for part of the work. So whenever you get that, that can account for at least a little bit of it. So, you know, there's some of that stuff going on, but yeah, we're super happy with the bid that came in.
And so, so it looks like we're upgrading 18 locations. Are they all schools?
They are. This is phase one, and this is really, we targeted our secondary schools. We think that's where the majority of the biggest bang for the buck will come as far as the need for the technology, the need for the increased speed right away. So it includes all of these secondary schools as well as our non-instructional facilities, including like this building and transportation.
And I see there's a mention of E-rate funding here. What does that mean for us?
Yeah, so E-rate's not an acronym. That's actually what they just call the program, right? So I always hate using something like, yeah, E-rate, like everyone's supposed to know what that is. I have a problem with that anyways, right? But the federal government says that this infrastructure is so important to making our devices and our other technology work that they will pay a percentage based off of our free and reduced lunch rate. We just happen to be in the 80% category, right? So great questions. Thank you for asking this. For every dollar that we spend, 80 cents can come back. And so this is, again, for everything but non-instructional facilities. So for all of our schools, when we're spending, let's say, you know, $1 million, the district's really only spending $200,000. So it's a really, really big win. And there's a lot of complications to this, really complicated program. But at the end, if you can jump through all the hurdles and dot your I's and cross your T's, it's a huge win for the local taxpayers and the community.
Yeah, and that took you additional work, right? I mean, you had to go in and apply for this and go and get E-rate funding. It's not like it's just given, right?
It's a ton of work. And so just this is kind of the middle part of the process. Let's just say, when we sign a contract, if the board awards the contract, once we sign a contract, that contract is contingent on the federal government USAC program E-rate giving us a funding commitment decision letter. And once we file all the paperwork and they make their inquiries and they look through all of our processes, making sure that we've done everything above board, then they'll give us a funding commitment decision letter, and that will then basically say this contract is now in force, and you can kind of proceed, right? So there's lots and lots and lots of paperwork, lots of program qualifications, and you got to do things just right.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's all the questions I had. Thank you very much for answering them.
Thank you.
Director Cook, I appreciate the questions, and I want to thank the team for going that extra mile. I always appreciate when the team does that. We then learn a little bit more, and so does the bidder about the schools, not simply just go with what schools they've done in the past, but they come to the Kent School District and walk them. So great questions, and thank you to the team.
Any further discussion? Great. There's a motion on the floor to approve item number 10.07, network cabling capacity improvement phase 1, bid acceptance and award and contract to Skyline Communication. All those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, the motion passes. Is there a motion for 10.11?
Move approval of 1011 gifts, donations, and/or memorials acceptance.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion is open.
Just want to put in a special thanks to some of the folks that have donated to make schools better in their operations. The Driftwood Theater, specifically Brad Duffy, donated $2,000 for future drama productions in the district. Kent Meridian High School got $500 from WCT-SMA to support video production expenses. And KM also, in their drama spring production play expenses, got a gift from Tom and Marianne Koffler of $5,000.
This is just information.
That's it.
Wonderful. There's a motion on the floor to approve 10.11 gift donations and memorials acceptance. All those in favor, raise your right hand, said aye.
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 There wasn't, okay, good. That is 5-0. The motion passes. We now move on to item 11.0, informational. There is a, we don't have to open up this, but there are some items for discussion in that we have some public comment. We are going to start with item number 11.01, Resolution 1663, Reduction of Educational Program with Addendum as approved on January 24th, 2024, and we are starting with our student comments. Okay. Jasmine Mendez Morales.
Hola, mi nombre es Yasmín Sofía Méndez Morales. Estoy en el 8º grado y he estado en el programa de lenguaje dual por 5 años. En mi casa el español es nuestra primera lengua, entonces crecí aprendiendo el español desde pequeña. Yo he tenido que aprender el inglés en la escuela y el programa dual me ha ayudado mucho a mantener mi nivel de inglés y mi nivel de español casi parejos. En la escuela intermedia tengo 4 de mis 6 clases en total en español y mayoría de sus docentes hablan español también o son de herencia hispana. Esto beneficia cómo me siento sobre cuando yo soy hispana o cómo actúo en manera positiva. Me hace sentir mejor sobre mí misma y que tengo gente similar a mí alrededor. En estos 5 años en el programa dual he ido a 2 diferentes escuelas que ofrecen este programa. Esta siendo Mill Creek Middle School y la otra Scenic Hill Elementary. Comencé en Scenic Hill en el 4º grado. Entonces, no era desde el principio. Me costó un poquito acostumbrarme al español. Pero después llegué a mi 6º año, ya tenía 3 años en el dual, y me acostumbré más y me sentía más segura de mí misma y mi herencia como una niña de herencia hispana. Después me metí a la secundaria, Mill Creek, y allí también ofrecen el programa dual. Entonces me quedé y aprendí aún más español y aún más inglés, con mayoría de mis clases siendo de español. En Mill Creek hay mucha más diversidad y hay mucha más gente hispana, entonces me sentía más segura de mí misma con la gente que me rodeaba. Y hay más maestros y estudiantes que hablan más que un idioma, hablan 2, algunos hasta 3 idiomas. Y es muy asombroso las cosas que puede hacer la gente cuando hay otra gente que los ayuda y los apoya. Los beneficios del programa dual hace que la gente que está aprendiendo el español también pueda aprender el inglés al mismo tiempo y estar en un nivel parejo para no estar más adelantado en el inglés o más atrasado en el español o viceversa. Hace que todos nos sentemos en un lugar seguro y que tengamos algo en común para compartir con todos. Entonces, si el programa dual no lo tenemos, mucha gente que no puede hablar el inglés se retrasaría mucho porque no pueden tener ese apoyo de personas que hablan español que los ayuden a entrar. Entonces, el problema aquí es que si quitan fondos del programa dual, entonces muchos estudiantes y muchos maestros van a sufrir las consecuencias.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm in the 8th grade, and I've been in the dual language program for about 5 years. At home, Spanish is my first language. I've had to learn English at school. During those 5 years, I have been gradually getting better with my English as well as my Spanish. The dual language program has provided understanding of other Hispanic cultures that are not the same as mine. In middle school, 4 of my 6 classes are in Spanish. Most of the students speak Spanish or are Hispanic. I have benefited from attending or from feeling pride in being Hispanic and being around people like me. In these past 5 years, I've been at 2 different schools that offer this program. One of them was Scenic Hill Elementary, and the other was Mill Creek Middle School. When I started at Scenic Hill, I was in 4th grade. The environment was completely different to my previous school, but coming to the dual language program, I began to progress a lot more than what I was previously. After the 3rd year in the dual language program, I had already been accustomed to the way that we were studying at Scenic Hill. And it wasn't so long before I moved over, transitioned to Mill Creek Middle. At Mill Creek, I was able to meet other people that speak Spanish. And what's even better is that I have teachers that speak Spanish, 2 languages, English and Spanish, and even other languages. Speaking 2 languages is a benefit for my life because I can create friends and better relationships with all types of people from different backgrounds. I hope the continuity of the dual language program and to make sure that I can continue in the dual language program. My sister has been in this program since she has been in 1st grade. This has helped her a lot as well, creating friendships and being comfortable in new environments. We both have progressed much more in Spanish and in English. Every day it feels like I'm learning and discovering things at a much faster pace, a lot easier, only because I'm part of the dual language program. I also get to meet more people that only speak English but are part of the program, and it has helped them with their pronunciation, their writing. Finally, I would like to add that supporting the dual language program helps others learn Spanish as a second language. The last item was not on here, but she did advocate for the continuity of the program as a benefit for her teachers, for her environment, and for herself to make sure that she feels pride in being Hispanic and speaking another language.
Thank you. Our next student speaker is Hannah Crone.
Hola, me llamo Ana Cron. Estoy en el 8º grado y he estado en el programa bilingüe por casi 9 años. Durante ese tiempo he aprendido y hablado español con fluidez, he creado amigos que van a quedarse conmigo por la vida y he estado expuesto a muchas culturas y costumbres latinos. Y el programa bilingüe se ha convertido en una parte muy importante y grande de mi vida que me encanta mostrar a los demás. En mis 9 años de estar en el programa bilingüe, he estado en 3 escuelas que ofrecen el programa en cada escuela. Las 3 escuelas eran Carriage Crest, Scenic Hill y Mill Creek. Y cada escuela tenía una perspectiva muy única y especial del programa bilingüe que yo llegué a conocer muy bien. He formado muchos amigos que están hispanos o no. Mi hermano de 6 años de edad ahora también está en el programa y me dieron muchas oportunidades especiales e importantes que otros tal vez nunca obtengan. Y una comunidad que me apoya y siempre me da la bienvenida. Y eso es la única cosa que yo hice es solo porque fui al programa bilingüe. Si el programa alguna vez se disolvería o será, me rompería el corazón. Dañaría las oportunidades de los demás y destruiría por completa la capacidad de los otros para aprender español o para los hispanohablantes, los pusieron en grave desventaja para aprender inglés o aprender en general. Espero y deseo que no solo el programa de doble idioma siga vivo, sino se expandiría con la gente que lo apoya. Porque si no tenemos personas a ayudar al programa bilingüe, el programa puede ser destruido y el programa está en un lugar difícil porque no tiene mucho soporte. Si tú cortas ese soporte minúscula, ¿qué tenemos para ese programa súper importante? ¿Qué piensas que va a pasar?
Hello, my name is Hannah. I am in the 8th grade. I've been in the dual language program for 9 years. In that time, I have become fluent in Spanish, created lifelong friends, and have been exposed to a lot of Latino cultures. The dual language program has become a major part of my life, and I love to show off to others. At school, I have 2 of my 6 classes in Spanish, and I have a lot of Hispanic friends in those classes. In my other classes, kids from the dual language are also with me. I enjoy my time with my friends and sometimes become the handy translator for everyone. In my 9 years of being in the dual language program, I have been in 3 schools that offer the dual language program: Carriage Crest, Scenic Hill Elementary, and Mill Creek Middle. Each school had a very unique and special take on the dual language program and that I got to know well. I was at Carriage Crest for the majority of the time at the dual language program. I was there from kindergarten through 5th grade, so 6 years. At Carriage Crest, I learned the basics of Spanish, and I also took online during the pandemic. I had many marvelous teachers that supported my learning. In the 6th grade, I transferred to Scenic Hill Elementary. When I was at Scenic Hill Elementary, I really learned about cultures and customs of the Hispanic world. It was my first time in a space where I was one of the only white kids at Carriage Crest, and the majority of the population was white. It really helped me broaden my perspective, not just to my own world, but others. I enjoyed that my taste buds and my mind were being challenged with the difference of my previous world. Scenic Hill really challenged me to learn more academically and socially in both languages, but especially in Spanish. After 1 year at Scenic Hill, I was thrown into my first year of middle school at Mill Creek. That first year was crazy, and I had 3 to 4 classes every day in Spanish and played some sports. At Mill Creek, I met so many more students and way more teachers. Instead of just having 2 teachers, a Spanish and an English, I had 6 teachers. Speaking the 2 most common languages at Mill Creek had its disadvantages, and I had way more opportunities to learn and make friends. And most importantly, I knew a lot of special people that spoke in 2 languages in our school. I have made lots of friends that were students, and even more that were teachers and staff. Now in my 2nd and final year of middle school in the Mill Creek dual language program, I really wish that it would never end. I made so many important friends. My little brother is now part of the dual language program. I was given many special and important opportunities that others may never get, and the community that supports and will always welcome me. This is just because I went to the dual language program. I stuck with for 9 years. If the program was ever disbanded or shut down, it would break my heart, hurt the opportunities of others, and completely destroy the ability of others learning Spanish or the Spanish speakers, severely put them in a disadvantage to learn English. I have and know more than ever hope and wish that not only the dual language program stays alive, but that it expands with people supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one other adult comment for item 11.01. Cynthia?
I'm gonna make my time for.
Defer your time on item number 11.01. Please just make sure to state your name.
I will. Nathan Stone-Kleinberger, you might have remembered me from season 3 of this meeting, so we'll go back, jump ahead here to season 11. As I said earlier, I am the teacher librarian at Mill Creek, and my daughter, Sophia, I actually have 3 kids in the school district, one at Kent Ridge, one at Meeker, and my daughter, Sophia, is 6th grade.
I'm sorry, I need to pause for just a moment. We just need to make sure that we have a point of order. I'm sorry to interrupt your, you did speak before. Could you comment on what item it was that you spoke on before, or is it an open comment?
It was, like I said, it was season 3, that was 3.0, I believe, 3.1. It was during the comment for audience.
So it was an open comment. So this
Yes.
is on a particular item.
Yes.
So you should be able to speak on only on either a hearing item or a or open You can speak on a hearing item, you can speak on a particular item, you can speak in open session, but only the hearing item can be mixed with the other two. So since you already spoke in the open comment, we can't have you speak at this time. So that.
Can I legally change my name and then speak again at this point?
No, you may not.
Okay,
But,
I'll go by, Jack P. whatever, if I can just get my comments in. I mean,
but-
it's totally related to what these children were speaking about.
I totally appreciate that. I am also.
Well,
trying to
if you
follow the
appreciate that, you would actually let me speak. So if you want to start the timer, I have some things to say.
I very much appreciate that. So your options
Appreciating
are-
means that you're going to let me talk, ma'am.
No, we're not. But what we can do is, since it was your item that you put in, if there's another person that you want to defer your time to, you can do that. That has not spoken.
So I can give my items to somebody else to talk on my behalf.
Sir, please take a seat.
I'm asking a question. You can clarify what I just said.
No, right now, you don't have the floor, and I'm asking you to please take a seat.
Can you just answer my question? Can I defer her time to somebody else to read my comments?
You cannot defer time. It's not your time to defer. The person who put their name can defer their time. Ma'am, did you want to defer your time to somebody else? Cynthia?
Voy a hablar en español como una representante de la escuela Mill Creek y como padre de estudiantes duales. Estamos aquí todo o al parte del staff porque estamos preocupados por el corte de personal que se está haciendo. Es importante que ustedes sepan que nuestro programa está quedando en un limbo. Sí quedamos sin un líder. Creo que tenemos estudiantes aquí. Tenemos estudiantes aquí que representan la comunidad, que representan lo importante que es tener un líder como un programa dual. Y como maestro y como padre que tengo 10 años en el programa, hablo también por mis hijos que pertenecieron al programa dual. En este caso, uno de mis hijos ya no le tocó el programa porque eliminaron el programa en Carey's Crest, de donde pertenecía Hannah. Creo que se le está quitando la oportunidad a todos estos estudiantes a aprender un nuevo idioma. Y como repito, necesitamos un líder en nuestro programa. Necesitamos el soporte en nuestro programa. Los maestros necesitamos el soporte. El staff necesita el soporte. Los padres necesitan el soporte. Y como principal objetivo, los estudiantes necesitan ese soporte, que es tener un líder que nos guíe y nos una cada vez más como programa dual. Señor Vela, usted es hispanohablante y usted entiende el valor de ser bilingüe, la oportunidad de aprender 2 idiomas. Usted estudió en este distrito, si no mal recuerdo, y creo que nos gustaría recibir ese mismo apoyo que hace muchos años se ha recibido. Entonces, espero no nos dejen sin un líder al programa dual y espero no dejen sin líder a nuestros estudiantes que más lo necesitan. Gracias.
Thank you.
So I'll get a gist, and then we can always clarify documenting in an email if there's anything else that needs to be added. So as a parent, as a staff member, there's a worry about layoffs and personnel and the comments that have been happening. The dual language program is on the limbo, or that's what it feels like. there isn't a leader, there isn't a guarantee that there will be a continuing leader to support the program. Students are here that represent the community, that represent the dual language program. It is important that they have a leader, and as a parent of the district and of the students for the past 10 years who were part of this program, my student was not able to attend the dual language program at Carriage Crest because the program is no longer available for that school. Same school that the student that previously spoke was a part of. We need to support teachers, support staff, support students. The students need it. They need the support to learn another language and to have advantages. To have a leader that unites them, specifically to Superintendent Vela. You speak another language. You are bilingual. You are part of it, or part of the program, if she remembers correctly, have in some way benefited from that dual language program. I would like to continue the support for this program. Keep in mind that we need a leader and somebody that will promote for that program and continue the support that it needs.
Thank you. Okay. Claudia Morales.
Hola, mi nombre es Claudia Morales y tengo 2 hijas estudiantes en el programa de lenguaje dual. Yo no sabía que ellas podían hacer este programa hasta que cambiamos de casa y de escuela. Entonces ahí descubrí el programa de lenguaje dual. En casa solo hablamos español y pensé tal vez no era necesario ese programa, pero me equivoqué y estoy muy sorprendida de todo lo que en el programa han aprendido ellas. Una de ellas estudió en el programa de lenguaje dual en City Hill y ahora estudia en Mill Creek y también lo estudiará en Ken Meridian el siguiente año. Mi otra hija estudia el programa en City Hill y también estudiará el programa en Mill Creek el siguiente año, porque el programa es una gran ayuda para la comunidad y estoy sorprendida de cómo otros estudiantes también son ayudados por medio de este gran programa. Gracias, muchas gracias por la ayuda que el distrito nos da con este programa.
My name is Claudia Morales. I have 2 daughters, students of the dual language program. I didn't know about this program until we moved to our new house and changed schools. Since then, I found the dual language program. At home, we only speak Spanish, and I thought that the program may not be necessary, but boy, was I wrong. I am very surprised of all my daughters have learned in the dual language program at Scenic Hill Elementary. And then we'll move on to Mill Creek, and in the future years to Kent Meridian High School. My other daughter also attends this program, and in the future years will benefit from it. Because the program is such a benefit for our community, I am surprised of how other students are being helped due to this great program. Thank you. Thank you so much for the help provided by the district through this program.
Thank you. Okay, Hayden McManus. She has yielded her time to Emily Denko. Emily Denko?
Hello, I am Emily Danko. I'm a teacher at Mill Creek Middle School. Each year at Mill Creek, as a multilingual teacher, I get a new batch of students and, by extension, languages and backgrounds in my classroom. By the end of the school year, I hope to accomplish something that seems almost impossible, helping these students navigate and feel successful at a school where they don't speak the primary language. This year, however, has felt more daunting than most considering the limitations put on us. In 2018, my first year at Mill Creek, there were 3 teachers and 1 paraeducator serving 236 multilingual students. The same resources serve 378 multilingual students this year. To reiterate, the number of multilingual students at our school has increased by 60%, and we have no increase in the amount of staff. This is the second year I have given up my planning period to support multilingual students at my school. This is the third year my colleagues Emma Judson and Christy Ackerman have also given up their planning to attempt to adequately serve our caseloads. According to our CBA, our caseload should be 1 teacher for 75 students. Right now, it is 1 teacher for 126 students. A position has been posted for an additional multilingual teacher at our school since October, but it remains unfilled. We have also lost our English language development, or ELD, curriculum. As long as I have been in KSD, there has been an ELD curriculum which teachers use to teach fundamental reading skills to students with no literacy background in English or sometimes even in any language. This year, we were told to use the middle school English language arts framework to teach students to read in English, using books like Diary of a Part-Time Indian. However, all the links to multilingual resources in the ELA framework are broken, mislabeled, and no longer exist. Additionally, in contrast to districts like Renton and Spokane, we have only 1 class period a day in which to teach English language development and English language arts Common Core state standards. This equates to 165 hours of instruction time that my students, even those brand new to the United States, are not getting this year. Looking at these factors, it's easy to see why recruitment and filling our empty position is an issue. Despite being the 5th most diverse district in the state, KSD is looking at decreasing the multilingual and dual language department at the district level. Since 2018, the number of multilingual students in KSD has increased by 50%. Next year, teachers will be expected to do even more with even less. With no curriculum, limited district support, half the instructional time, and rising numbers, it is an exhausting and frustrating job. Years ago, when I first...
Ask for you to stop your comments,
Yes.
unfortunately. Thank you. Sorry, 3
and
minutes.
yielded her time to me. So I have 6 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry about that.
Okay, yep, I'll finish. Years ago, when I first came to Kent, I was attracted to the diverse population you serve and your mission of equity, excellence, community. In the years since, I have grown to love the students and the community I serve, and I am so proud of the hard work all of my students do to learn English. However, Kent School District has no right to say that it values equity, excellence, or community until it adequately funds, staffs, and provides resources for its multilingual and dual language programs. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, my apology for interrupting.
I can take 2 more minutes of my time because she has some time left.
Christy Ackerman?
If you can hand that over.
Actually, anything that's going to bring up on it needs to be brought to safety services in the back.
I'm passing it over to him. He has choice, but he wants to do it. Clearly, you do not want to hear my words. So thank you and have a good night.
It's fine.
You can't. Okay.
If you want me to talk, I'm happy to say it, if you want to give me some time.
Safety services.
Please. Oh.
Thank you.
There's nothing illegal in there or nothing. This
Christy,
is
thank you.
This is a violation of
Thank you.
democracy, ma'am. You know, you should be ashamed.
Thank you. We won't start your time until, yes, of course. Please.
Hi, good evening, board members. My name is Christy Ackerman, and I'm a multilingual specialist at Mill Creek Middle School. 50 years ago this month, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision considered by some to be the Brown versus the Board of Education for students whose native language is not English. In its 1974 ruling, Lau versus Nichols, the court held the San Francisco school system's failure to effectively educate some 1,800 Chinese-speaking students by denying them the meaningful opportunity to participate in schools. Is this where the Kent School District is headed today? Lao was decided based on Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which bars discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin in federally funded programs. English language must be taught and core content must be taught in comprehensible manner for all students. This means all Kent School District students who are also language learners. The district multilingual department manages compliance with the laws and tracks students' language proficiency goals. Currently in the district, we are piloting a program to support the monitoring of multilingual qualified students who will support this if we no longer have a centralized multilingual department. In 2020, the district multilingual department consisted of 6 team members, and now it is only 3. Yet the number of students served in the multilingual services and dual language service programs has increased by almost 30%. The district multilingual director and assistant director's expertise in programs and program compliance has created a centralized momentum within the department and the district. The district has paid for the Center of Applied Linguistics to offer consultation in how to better serve our students who are multilingual and to continue the work towards compliance for all multilingual services. Just to give you an idea of numbers, in October 2022, there were 6,377 multilingual qualified students. By the end of last school year, there were 6,862. Now the current active qualified students is 7,487. Who will keep the district in compliance with services and monitoring if we take away the few remaining staff in the KSD multilingual department? As you have heard tonight, the multilingual department is more than just students who are working towards learning an English proficiency. This department manages the Nina Will Williams dual language program. There are currently 657 dual language students who are also multilingual qualified in this dual language program. State Superintendent Reichert aims to ensure that all K-8 students in the state have access to dual language programs by 2040. Where is the support for this program going? By failing to staff its programs at district level, Kent risks failing federal compliance laws and allowing its language learners programs to fall behind in serving the amazing, diverse, multilingual students of our district.
Thank you very much. We have one final comment. Casey Rivero Moreno. Thank you.
Superintendent Vela, members of the school board, my name is Casey Rivero Moreno, and I'm here tonight wearing 2 hats. I'm a parent of a multilingual child in the dual language department. I'm also an educator in this district, and I teach middle school math and Spanish. Obviously, our students and other members of the dual language advisory board spoke tonight, and we were shocked to find out that the director of the multilingual department is only in her position until the end of June. So when the DL program rolled up to middle school, I wound up being the only teacher that was providing instruction in Spanish. And due to circumstances, much were out of our control, we lost a director and people who were supporting her in this position. And it was followed by a time where it felt there was no direction or interaction at all between classroom and district. The program has continued to grow, with many bumps along the way. And change is inevitable, but over the past 5 years, I've seen change. The last 2 years specifically, and that was representation tonight. We've seen so much growth and so much positive change in the program, and having an individual that's willing to come into the classroom and talk about our concerns and work towards a solution together has been a breath of fresh air. I honestly don't want to go back to how it was, and I'm worried. So to be honest, I finally felt like the secondary program had support. In August 2022, Reichdale announced that by 2040, all Washington students will have access to dual language education in grade K through 8. That OSPI announcement also stated, the research shows students engaged in dual language education achieve high levels of proficiency in new language, perform as well or better than their peers in English-only classrooms on standardized tests in English across content areas, and demonstrate increased literacy development, cognitive flexibility, problem-solving skills, cross-cultural awareness, attention control, memory, and information integration. Understanding the benefits of a DLM program, I enrolled my child in this district so that he'd be able to learn in his home language and in English, and he will be rolling up to middle school in the dual language program next year. And my expectation is that he will be receiving instruction in the KSD adopted 50-50 model. And I know that's not the case of some of our DL students. As you heard tonight, one had 4 classes, another only had 2. And this is a staffing problem. We have kids that are in 7th and 8th grade that when they come newly arrived to our school that are Spanish speaking, we are full and they cannot receive it. We don't have enough FTE to make that happen. Bilingual staff can make a difference. Students have an IEP and they're not in Spanish classes because we don't have Spanish personnel that can provide those supports so that they can receive that. And a position that had been initially earmarked for a dual language, a Spanish educator position, wasn't filled because of lack of actively recruiting bilingual educators for these positions. Other staff that we have in our dual language program weren't hired until days before school started because FTE hadn't been released until later in the summer. Mr. Vela, as a bilingual citizen, you can understand the importance of having a bilingual leader of such an important program. I also understand that there are financial restraints and restrictions that you and the board need to take into consideration. However, these cuts should not be coming from a program that's supported by federal dollars and state-recommended best practice. Instead of eliminating positions, we should be recruiting individuals to continue to strengthen and build on the momentum that we have gained in the last few years when we added a multilingual director. One of the other things that I would like you guys to know is many of our multilingual and dual language families, especially the dual language program, are very unclear as far as what transportation will be like next year due to the changes in boundary. Will those students who went to Scenic Hill, are they being in the new boundary of Canyon Ridge? Are they still going to be receiving transportation? Because that is something that's unclear to everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. There's no other comments for our informational section. No vote is needed, so we are moving on to...
Can I make a comment about part of it? Or can I pull it out, I guess, or whatever?
It's informational. It's just informational.
Can we not pull things out of informational?
You just make a comment.
Oh, okay. Let me go back to it real quick, sorry. I just wanted to point out, so we've got 1004, 1104, 1105, and 1106. They're all in reference to like internet providers and what we're going to be doing to get that provided for by the federal government again. This goes back to that E-rate funding. I just wanted to reiterate that we're doing this to be able to save money. So the fact that we're going ahead of time and trying to be proactive with this is a really good thing. It does mean that we're doing some extra work to get there, but it's going to make it so much cheaper for the district. It saves us, 4/5 of the cost by doing so. And so this speaks to the same thing that our information technology department is doing to make sure that they are being good stewards of the financial stability of our district. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. We are on section...
Wait, I just want to make sure that I wanted to ask Superintendent Vela to comment on 1103.03. It shows that we've passed a resolution for the amount of $5 million, 5.6. And I just wanted to kind of get your
Sure.
Can you speak on that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So just to be clear on it would be 1103, correct?
Yes.
And the question is more explanation on that item and the dollars that were being put back.
Right.
Okay.
Because we were asked before that, how come we approve that money? And is that money, taken out from the bond and it's never going to go back? So I just wanted to, to let the community know.
Yeah, I'll have Deputy Superintendent Behringer come over and explain. Thank you for the question.
Anybody? Here we go.
Done. Let's shut the mic off at 10.
No, it's time to. I'm sorry, guys.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. When we came to the board back in March 29th of 2023, we brought that $5.6 million to the board, asking us to reallocate those funds to be able to have access to purchase property for growing programs within the district. As you know, one of the things that I stated in the presentation is that property doesn't grow on trees in the urban areas of Kent. And so when we have opportunities, especially along major thoroughfares and bus lines, we want to take advantage of those opportunities, especially if we have some growing needs in some of our programs. So we were able to, as you see in this particular resolution here, that we purchased two properties. The white chiropractic building, which sits at the very end of our Canyon Ridge Drive there.
Right.
And then the green building as well, which I don't know what we're going to call that. It's like a chiropractic building as well. So we purchased both those properties. The amounts are there, totaling $3.1 million and some change, leaving just shy of $2.5 million that was not used.
Okay.
And so in talking to Executive Director Dave Buzzard around that, the money was only pulled out to purchase the properties, so that $2.5 million really never left that. So it's still there and it's staying there, until, and again, you never know when there's going to be an opportunity that presents itself.
Right.
And I think as a district, as a board, as we're considering and continuing to look for opportunities to best meet the needs of our students and our programs. Oh, good. Siri heard me.
Siri is just...
Go ahead.
Siri is listening.
All right.
Siri is listening.
Everyone... Goes back to that AI stuff, Kyle. Yeah, thanks, appreciate that. So that money's there, and so this particular summary here just lets you know that at this time that money is sitting in the bond to be able to address those projects that are right there, and so. And it is our attention through the life of that particular bond, through all the work that we've done in our various projects over the years to save money on things, that we fully plan on continuing to meet the needs of the promises made, promises kept, that addressing these particular projects. And I say that just in the fact that there may be an opportunity, they may present itself, that we would bring back to the board as an opportunity to look at a piece of property that may meet the needs of our programs.
Absolutely.
So.
And just wanted to reiterate, this money was first for 3 properties, right?
Yeah, we were hoping that we were going to get 3 properties.
For this, okay.
Yep, and so we got the first 2. The third one, which was the church that was just right
exactly.
down.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yep. We were unable to come to a resolution and a deal in that particular space. It doesn't mean that over the years it won't pop back up as an opportunity, but right now it's not feasible.
Thank you.
Could I just clarify that one more time? So 5.2 million was, I believe, was the amount.
5.6.
5.6, my apologies. 5.6 was approved by the board up to for the purchase of properties. 2 were purchased.
Correct.
The money for those 2 properties was taken and used to purchase those. The
Correct.
remainder of the funds that was allocated that could have been was never taken out. And so this is informational just to let us know that that remainder of the money stays there.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Now, next steps. Let's say magically the property that we might be interested in comes available tomorrow. And would that need to come to the board again for us to approve, or is the 5.6 that we originally allocated still available to us for the property that we're still interested in?
Yes, I would say that you guys gave us board authority to have access to the $5 million. Now, we would come back to the board regardless and let you know that we found a piece of property and we've done our due diligence and this is how much it costs and this is the funding source that we would access and we'd ask your permission and we'd go through all that all over again. So we wouldn't just assume that we can just go grab that 2.5 whenever we want that we haven't used and spend it 6 months from now, 6 days from now, or 6 years from now without coming back to the board and explaining why we might need that or a different funding source for a property purchase.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I make a point of personal privilege, I think it is? Can I use the restroom?
Yes. We have one additional comment, and then we have board reports, please. Yes. And you can just always get up and leave. Okay. We are now, with no other comments on the informational items, 11.01 through 11.08, we are moving on to 12.0 communication and 12.01 final communication from the audience. Our final communication for the audience is from Ben Brennan, if he's still in the audience. I will give him a moment to come in from the auxiliary seating, just in case he is there. I'm assuming that he is not there, and so we're going to move on to item 12.02, board reports and discussion. First, can you kick us off, Director Song?
Yeah, so we heard a couple things today, and I think a lot of the emotions in the room with the stories that we heard from Nadia Lopez and everything that her family endured. And I don't know if I need permission from the board or what some of those limitations or restrictions are, but I would personally love to be able to reach out to that family and replace some of the items that the children lost during that experience. And if I'm not able to personally do that, I would love to work with that family to figure out a way on how we can recover a lot of the properties that were taken from them that day. The next thing on my list was just wanted to make an acknowledgement that in addition to the advocacy and the work that I'm doing here on the board tonight, and then also just throughout our sessions, I'm also meeting with a lot of additional lawmakers throughout our state to discuss a lot of the collateral information that might be beneficial or complementary to some of the work that we're trying to do. A week and a half ago, I was invited by one of our lawmakers and their team to be present at an event at the governor's mansion. And a part of that was to discuss a lot of the cultural and diversity additions to how we want to implement cultural appreciation throughout all aspects of society, one of those topics being schools. So in a later meeting, I'd love to share that with the board. And then, yeah, and just wanting to make the comments of the dual language program, just acknowledging and appreciating that people were able to stand up today and vocalize and advocate for this service. Coming from a household that is non-native English speaking, I see the value, I acknowledge it. If my parents had that same opportunity, I feel like they would be in a much different place. And so hopefully we can have further discussions about that, especially when we look at one of our goals of creating global citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am going to give a moment for Director Cook, and I will move to Director Clark.
Just quickly, I just reiterate, the three of us joined Superintendent Vela at Kent Laboratory Academy, and it was truly inspirational to deal with the manners and development of technology intertwined with the interns from the University of Washington, Tacoma, to bring a really unique blend to the whole building and process, and it truly is a model. I also just make note of the expansive opportunities created by building expansions made in the past. I see that KM's remodel and led to the expansion, I believe, of the MPSL wrestling match being able to be done there. And out at Kent Lake, building for the future, the MPSL gymnastics matches were performed this last weekend also, and those are all preliminary events to enter the state, and the fact that we are sponsoring them speaks to the investments we've made in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Cook.
Sorry. Are we doing our end?
Board reports,
okay.
yes.
Yeah, I actually, I'm good today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Vice President Farah.
Yes, I want to thank the presenters tonight for our school improvement plan. Really appreciated the fact that they didn't share with us only the success, but they also shared with us the challenges that they are facing, which is one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we wanted to hear, because, you know, if there's going to be anything, any system will have challenges, and by improving it is how you become better. I just wanted to also talk about our visit to the Kent Laboratory Academy. I was really impressed how it was given an extra added effort to make sure kids got the technical knowledge for them to be able to leave that high school or that school and be able to go into the workforce. We saw 3D printers. We saw kids that were working on robots, programming the robots, making sure that their coding worked, and troubleshooting why it didn't work, all of those. I mean, I could have sat in that class for another 3-4 hours, but I was kicked out. I also want to talk about tonight. It was unnecessarily emotional, and that is not our standard. I can't emphasize enough. I don't know why we go through this at this district. I've been to other board meetings in other school districts, and we don't have any of it. They don't have any of this, and I'm just surprised that this district faces all the time scenarios like this, and it's just mind-boggling. More of a reason that I should make sure that I do my best to represent the community out there, because I know who they're depending on. They're depending on us to make the changes. I also want to talk about the resolution 1663. That resolution was one that we have passed, but tonight we've had emotional testimonies indicating that Kent School District is gonna do away with dual language. I can sit here and tell you that is not the case. Kent School District is committed. We're going through changes, but that it does not mean that we're gonna completely do away with dual language. That is not true. So despite what the people who testified tonight were told, that is not the case. So I just wanted to put that out there so that the community knows that we're not at Kent School District gonna change that, because of our diversity is our strength, and we're not gonna do that. To close my report, I wanna thank the staff. It is 10:30, you're still here. I thank you, I appreciate you, and will always appreciate you. Thank you very much, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Vice President Farah. I would like to thank our speakers, particularly our student speakers that stayed so late tonight. I always conclude that we do this for our students, but in particular, seeing them in the audience, it just is, again, a reminder of why we do all that we do, and hopefully all of us keep our focus on, are we doing what's best for students in every decision we make. I'd like to give a shout out to the Kent Lake girls flag football team. They went undefeated this season, 8-0. Fantastic job, girls. Sorry, I'm shortening this. I want to go home too. Always thankful to our schools for opening up for us and just giving the board a warm welcome. Had the opportunity to go and see Kent Elementary with some of the fellow board members. Again, you don't want to leave. You just get an enthusiasm for being around the students and the teachers, and it was so much fun. I asked to go into a classroom of a brand new teacher, a first-year teacher, and the support and the enthusiasm, and just you could just see how fun it was to be in this class, and hearing and later on got to see the teacher as she was walking through the hall, and just how excited she was to be at Kent Elementary. And and the programs that we've had for teaching and development and to keep and support those brand new teachers. It just impressed and so glad to see. Also got to visit Park Orchard Pandas, and what I really saw there, two things I was just very impressed on is if you try to make everything your priority, nothing is your priority. And the principal is just so very focused on attendance. We need our students here so we can teach them, and you can see just all around the school and all of the messages, we want our students here. And there was just a welcome in the school to make sure that their students are there and how they work with their community and their parents to make sure that that happens. The other thing was celebrating success and celebrating growth, and we got to celebrate with some of the students that we've seen some huge progress in their iReady. Again, it's those benchmarks that we see, that continual progress, that just love hearing that language. We heard it again today through our school administrators of we're speaking one language. We're going to make a couple things the priority, and we're going to be really good at those things. And that continuity of programming and language within the district. Canyon Ridge and Ridgewood, I got to go to a wrestling meet, my first middle school wrestling meet since I was in middle school. And I brought my high school daughter with me. One was super impressed at the school, and she's like, oh my goodness, this is a middle school, and how nice it was, and how many gyms they had. It was a fantastic experience, and just great to see all the parent support and students in brand new great uniforms, and so much fun. Love seeing the wrestling programs, and wow, wrestling is intense. And last thing I'd like to say is this weekend is Boys Swim State, and so please go and support boys swimming and the state program at KCAC, and I'm excited to hear, I believe we have at least one representative from Kent School District going. We have several, I think, actually, from the different schools. So I'm excited to hear how they do. And we love swimmers. And thank you again to our students. You are the reason we do all of this until 10:36 at night. Yes. It is 10:36. Thank you very much for those who stayed online, who stayed here, and for all of our comments throughout the evening. Have a good evening. We are adjourned.